did somebody kidnap you? I was the day before that. I was on like almost all day. I was on to even in the late hours, early morning hours. I was on a lot. I took off yesterday. But there is a lot of stuff going on today. A lot of updates, craziness going on. We're gonna try to get through as much as we can get through. This is live view of Beirut. A lot of explosions. It's down a little bit. Yeah, it's way too loud. Bring it down there a notch. Good morning. Is here. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. I was watching an interesting video. I'm gonna actually play a little bit of that. I just want to set this box up real quick. A little bit of that and a little bit of this. Oh, the Democrats are holding a press conference on U.S. and Israel's war. Oh boy. Oh boy. Maybe we'll start out with that this morning. Let's see what they're saying.
Also know that Congress declares war, not the President of the United States.
Oh, hell nah.
I left the briefing yesterday evening, and I had more questions than when I got there. It was pretty clear there's not an adequate plan. There's most certainly not congressional authorization, and the justification is ever changing. We've heard 3 or 4 different justifications for why this is taking place. And we all know that the Iran regime is bad. It's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. But still we need
it's
Congress
Trump
in order to declare war. Congress did not participate in this. The American people in Congress need to know the proper information, the proper reasoning, the proper justification, and there has been no honest answer to those questions. I'm here to say I'm a yes vote on the War Powers Act, and I'm a very strong no on any more forever wars. And I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
I particularly wanted to ask Representative Thompson to go for 2 reasons. One, he is the only veteran among us and one of only 2 in the Congress that served in combat in Vietnam. And 2, and he didn't say this because he's a humble guy, in his beginning of...
I gotta fix the volume. Let me bump it up. Sorry, it's kind of low, yeah.
Sending myself and many up here to war. And so we see history, if not repeating, certainly rhyming, and I think it's why, for me anyway, and I think a bunch of us, it is only the duty to ask the hard questions that weren't asked before a lot of us were sent and before a lot of us lost our brothers and sisters in arms. And I just want to say briefly on my end, I love this country. I love the United States of America to the point that, like everybody here, I signed up to serve and risk my life. And then I lost brothers and sisters who had that same love for country and love for each other. And I've been thinking a lot in the last 3 or 4 days since this war was declared. And let's be clear, this is a war, despite rhetoric from the administration and confusion otherwise. What is the best way to honor the individuals whose names I still wear on this bracelet that I lost in combat? And to me, it's to speak out. It's to say another generation should not go fight in an open-ended, ill-conceived, regime change war in the Middle East. And to be very clear what tomorrow's vote is, it is not a procedural or administrative vote. It's not theoretical. And yes, it is about war powers, and that's what it's called, but it's really a vote. And a vote about whether we want another war, whether we want more flag-draped coffins of young Americans, and we've already had 6 coming home. And so every American deserves to know, at a minimum, where does your representative stand on sending our blood and treasure overseas versus spending it here at home on lowering our costs, on our education system and our infrastructure, and so much more. So I also will be a yes vote tomorrow and a no vote on funding or any other support for another forever war anywhere, and certainly in the Middle East. Did Jason show up? Jason's not here yet.
So with the Wars Act, the Wars Power Act, so the president must consult with Congress in every possible instance before introducing U.S. armed forces into hostilities. 48-hour notification. If forces are introduced into hostilities without a congressional declaration of war or specific statutory authorization, the president must notify Congress in writing within 48 hours. Then there's like a 60-day clock. U.S. forces cannot remain in hostilities for more than 60 days after the notification. That's right now. They're having this live press conference. There's supposed to be another presser happening later. And we're going to get into all the updates today as we can. If you guys could please help me out with the like button on YouTube, that makes a huge difference. We have 2,000 people, 200 likes. I hope it helps out with the algorithm, engagement. So if you could help me out, get us, took one day off and, the internet's unforgiving. One day off and it's all hell. We're done with you, So, but thank you guys for joining me. A lot of stuff's been happening, man. A lot of stuff. Turkey Iran shot a missile at Turkey. I have a bunch of stuff we're gonna get into. You won't even believe this. I saw a Daily Mail article. I was scrolling. Look at this headline caption: favorite for supreme leader of Iran spent months being treated for impotency in private UK hospital. U.S. intelligence reveals. Damn, they're gonna do the man like that, yo. Oh shit, man, really? On Tuesday, Majba 56, who reportedly preparing to be named successor to Father Ali Khamenei, who was killed along with other seniors, let's see. According to U.S. intelligence, then they had to drop him like that. Mojab married relatively late in life, 2004. That was reportedly due to an impotency problem, treated and eventually resolved during 3 extended visits to the UK. Wow. Blasting the man. He's not taking charge now. Blasting the man. All right.
On lowering costs for the American people and keeping our troops out of unnecessary danger. All of these things come at a cost, as we're expending hundreds of millions of dollars in interceptors. Those are coming at a cost of supporting our allies in Ukraine and preparing for contingencies in
we
China.
need to support ourselves here. Forget about Ukraine and all those places.
And that's why I'm joining my colleagues in the Democratic Veterans Caucus in supporting the War Powers Resolution. So we stop writing blank checks overseas while American families struggle here at home. And we stop risking American lives without a clear, lawful path forward.
So the War Powers thing, what it would do is it would direct Trump to terminate U.S. military hostilities against Iran within 30 days, unless Congress explicitly authorizes them through a declaration of war. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Basically to stop Trump.
Those are facts. We owe it to the American people and to our troops to put a stop to this madness. Thank you. And with that, I have the privilege of introducing my friend and colleague, Congressman Septimal. My friend and colleague, Chris DeLuzio.
That's it. Thank you, Eugene. Thanks. I'm glad to be joined by my fellow Democrats and fellow veterans in the Congress. We all swore an oath in uniform. We've all sworn that same oath here in the Congress. We all love this country. I think that's exactly why we see so clearly that this is a war that we do not need to be fighting. We do not need to be having Americans go fight. It's a war of choice. It's a foolish one. It is one the American people in the Congress have not authorized, have not said that Americans should go spill their blood and risk their lives for this. My standard for whether we send Americans to fight is a pretty straightforward one. I think it's one that makes a lot of sense. Can you look the American people in the eye people of fighting age and say this is something you should be willing to risk your life and die for. And what I see out of the Republicans and this president, they haven't even tried. And if they were to try, the American people would say no, because they understand this is not a war that we have to fight. Our generation of veterans, so many will bear the cost for as long as they are alive of the last Middle East.
Okay, so let's get to some updates, because that's a live press conference happening now. Let's get to some of the updates that's being talked about. Now, Pete Hegseth says that they're investigating the strike on the girls, which is good. I think it does need to be looked into. They're saying over 100 schoolgirls were killed. Pete Hegseth said the Trump administration is investigating the strike. According to Iranian state media, killed more than 100 girls. Iran and Hezbollah carry out the first coordinated attacks on Israel of conflict, Israel military says. So one missile was launched from Iran, while 6 projectiles were launched from Hezbollah. A lot of that going on. China warns war with Iran, threatens Strait of Hormuz. China's still pissed, messing with the oil and the money. This morning, what I saw, and I have a video clip to check out. Oh damn, U.S. submarine sank Iranian warship in international waters. Those submarines are badass, dude. I couldn't be in a submarine though, man. Just thinking about like I feel like I'd feel trapped, claustrophobic, under the water, you know? So many stories of the past where these submarines have sunk and it's just like they're just stuck. Good luck getting rescued. Sri Lankan Navy says several bodies recovered from sunken Iranian vessel. Looks like they maybe had a press conference. Maybe we can check that out later. My child was fasting. Parents' pain after children killed in Iran school strike. Horrible, horrible, horrible. That's a horrible thing. I really hope they need to find out who's responsible, how, why, what, where. And I doubt they'll be held accountable with some accountability too. That's horrible, man. Let me see if I can find this thing. Yes. Turkey says NATO destroyed an Iranian missile headed towards its airspace. Wow. NATO defense teams shot down an Iranian missile that was traveling towards Turkey's airspace. Whoa. A missile launched from Iran passing through the airspace of Iraq and Syria and heading towards our airspace has been destroyed. A fragment of preventative missile fell in an open area. That's the thing too. Some people are getting hit by this debris and getting killed in some instances. This is believed to be the first time NATO forces have intercepted an Iranian missile traveling towards a member country's airspace. Dang. What's going on with Iran? Iran's just desperate, I think. Or they're pissing off everybody, or they're just going out with a bang. They're taking out and hitting as many people as we can, I guess. Or they can. Damn. So let me play this video. Let me see. I had a video queued up here. From Karnst. This guy here. Let's see what he had to say. Oh, it's really short. It's 22 seconds. Where's the full version of this? Let me see. Oh, 9 minutes ago, new Iranian missiles launches detected. New Iranian missile launches detected. Ooh. Sirens. Let me have the other ones loaded up too, just in case. We got Beirut, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. What's going on? Even the problem, the only thing with these is if a missile comes to Israel, we're not going to see it. They're going to turn the camera down. Are they responding to something? What's going on over here? Where are they going? Getting messy, and there's many talks too of people are just like, we don't want this to turn into an all-out war. We don't want troops on the ground. You know, we don't want to send soldiers on the ground. Iran is bringing everybody together. For real, right? Let me turn this down a little bit. want to focus on. I think sometimes you have too many sounds going on. It's like, you just feel crazy, you know, it's just too much in your ear and shit. Iran is bringing people together. Oh, here's the actual, this is what I want to see. I know they post short content because nobody has any retention anymore, so it's like 10 seconds. This is like, that's the video.
And actually, we're getting sirens right now, and I'm not sure where this missile is coming from. It may not be Iran, it could be Lebanon. Let's get off the sticks here just to prepare. The reason I'm not sure if it's from Iran is because we just got a notification from the Army that people could leave bomb shelters, and these sirens just started to sound at the last minute, and so we'll have to see where this incoming fire is coming from. But just to give you a sense of what's happening here, this is a conflict that is expanding regionally, and this information that we're getting from the Turkish
Doesn't make any sense.
Defense Ministry indicates that the Iranians are launching more of their long-range ballistic missiles, and they do have thousands of them in their arsenal, 2,000 to 3,000 just before this conflict began, along with many short-range missiles that they've been launching at Gulf countries like Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE. But again, right now, sirens are sounding across central Israel. And I just want to come with me here, Yaniv, if you could go to the road here. You can see under this bridge in the distance, people have gotten out of their cars and they are now sheltering under a bridge on the side of the road. Stay with me here. We're going to pan up to the sky, and you see 2 interceptor rounds. And right there to the left, Yaniv. And you see another interception round coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another one coming up from the sea. This is a large-scale attack that is happening right now. I'm going to move this so you can get out here to the balcony, Yaniv. Stay with me here, guys. And out to the center above these buildings to your left, Yaniv. Pan to the left.
Man. Oh.
And so a large attack again, and you can hear those explosions now ringing out throughout Tel Aviv. Just stay with me here. I'm going to get a helmet on. I'm listening to you.
Trenched out there.
Massive explosions right now.
You know what system that would be to knock out a long-range missile? Is it the Arrow, David Sling? Is it the Iron Dome?
Yeah, that would probably be Israel's Arrow 2 or 3 systems. And I can still hear sirens sounding in the distance. We're going to try to get an understanding of where this launch came from. It is possible this was still from an Iranian barrage that was launched a bit earlier. My producers are going to check right now. But you can hear those explosions. That was a lot of air defense going off at the same time from multiple different directions around Tel Aviv. And again, an alert had just gone out from the Army telling people they could leave bomb shelters, and you saw those people behind me that were sheltering underneath that bridge. This is really the reality here for the Israeli people as this conflict continues. We have this gear on and a helmet we have seen in the past when these missiles get intercepted overhead, large fragments of the missile falling to the ground below. And yesterday, the Iranians launched a ballistic missile with a cluster warhead on top. Whoa. It broke apart on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. And when we arrived at one of the scenes in a community called Bnei Brak, just outside of the city, you could see how one of these missile fragments flew through the side of a building. And so it's an incredibly dangerous moment for the Israeli people. And we should also note the Iranians are reducing the amount of missiles they're launching because the Americans and the Israelis are hitting these launching positions so frequently, they're not able to get off these large barrages. And again, I'm just going to check my phone here and see if we have any information on where these launches came from.
Real quick, what made you think that it could have possibly come from Lebanon?
And so Israeli media is reporting right now, and I don't have an individual source on it, so we're going to cite it to Israeli media. They're reporting that there was a joint attack from Iran and Lebanon at the same time. And so Iran using its proxy in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah, to launch a missile, a long-range missile toward Israel as they were launching ballistic missiles. And again, this is done to try to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems. A little bit of information for you on Hezbollah. Israeli intelligence sources tell Fox News the organization still has 11,000 to 12,000 missiles and rockets that they can use to launch toward Israeli cities. And the Israelis are also concerned about the possibility that these Hezbollah ground forces could try to push into northern Israel. And that is why we understand, according to the IDF, Israeli troops are now in southern Lebanon. And just this morning, before we got on air, they issued an evacuation order to Lebanese civilians south of the Litani River to get out of harm's way, understanding that this conflict is now expanding north. And the Israelis, we have some video of it, have been striking the Lebanese capital of Beirut overnight and this morning, hitting the Dakhya neighborhood just south of Beirut, where Hezbollah is coordinating these current attacks that you're watching now against Israel.
Wow. So what happens when we're watching the interception and they shoot down, let's say it's a ballistic missile? You mentioned that some of the fragments, they fell and went into a building. So you could actually miss being hit, obviously, by the missile, but then when they blow it up in the air, the fragments fall down and that could hit individuals or houses down on the ground, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting some more information, and I'm going to get it to you as our team here is texting sources to determine if there were any impacts or injuries as a result. But when these missiles are intercepted, oftentimes the air defense systems do get overwhelmed. And that's why we've seen these impacts in different areas of Israel. At least 10 people have been killed by Iranian ballistic missiles since this conflict began. And now the Israeli military is confirming those reports. That was a combined attack that you just saw from Iran and Hezbollah at the same time. But when these missiles do slip past air defense, they can cause a massive amount of damage. We were at one scene here in Tel Aviv where a woman was killed. And when we arrived, there was so much destruction that for blocks you could see damage to buildings. And as we arrived at that scene, more missiles were coming in, and the first responders had to leave the building where they were putting out the fire and head underground with civilians. And oftentimes, like you saw just there, we did not expect that attack to happen at that moment. People who are on the expressway or driving or out in the streets, they have to pull off, they have to get to hard cover and watch out for those fragments because these missiles are so large. We've actually seen some that fell in the desert during the 12-day war last year, and they're the size of a school bus when they're flying through the air. And so you can imagine, even with these advanced interceptor rounds that the Israelis have, the Arrow 2 and 3 systems, and the American Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems, even if they are intercepted, they can kill you if they land on the ground in Israel.
Hey, Trey, I get the sense that the Israelis are not upset that Hezbollah rocketed them. They wanted to finish the job. They know that Hezbollah was reconstituting, making more rockets. The IRGC had come in to help build up their hierarchy again. So do you sense among those in the IDF that and Israeli government that they wanted this opportunity to finish the job and Hezbollah just gave them that opportunity?
Absolutely. The Israelis were at war with Hezbollah for more than a year and a half. They got involved in the fight after Israel and Hamas went to war inside Gaza following the October 7th terrorist attack that triggered that conflict. We can still hear explosions in the distance here, and there are sirens sounding in southern Israel. This appears to be somewhat of a coordinated attack by the Iranian regime and also Hezbollah. In terms of the Hezbollah leadership, you have Hassan Nasrallah, the man who was killed in an Israeli strike in the Dakhya neighborhood of southern Beirut. And immediately Hezbollah appointed a successor, Naim Qassem. And this is another...
We got to talk about that too, the potential successor. There was a crazy interview with Trump that I saw this morning. I think it was from yesterday, though, because he was like, they were talking about the replacement and, who do you have in mind and stuff, because a lot of the times I guess they kind of have somebody that they have in mind to replace, it seems like, and they'll vouch for them or whatever or back them up. And so he said, well, the people, they're all dead. Most of them are dead. Like, they got killed with this guy. Then there's another round of people, and they got killed, too. So we're kind of running out of people. I was like, oh, shit. I want to play it after this.
Another hardliner in Hezbollah, a man who has good contacts with the Iranian regime. He was responsible for a lot of the smuggling operations to bring in missiles, drones, and components into southern Lebanon to prepare for a battle against Israel. But Hezbollah still has these pockets, not only in southern Lebanon and in the south of Beirut in the Dakhya neighborhood, but also in the northern part of Lebanon, in the Bekaa Valley. And so they've been digging in for a number of decades to prepare for this conflict. And the Israelis were waiting for this opportunity to get involved in the fight again against them, because they realize that once the Iranian regime is suppressed as a result of this operation that was launched by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, the threat to the north will still remain. And when they have these arsenals, it does pose a significant threat to the Israeli people. One thing that we should note here that was interesting this week, the Lebanese Prime Minister has had a total change in tune. As a result of the Trump administration efforts to stabilize the northern border between Israel and Lebanon, you've had Morgan Ortagus and Tom Barak and others from the Trump administration go to Lebanon and send a message to the government saying this will not be tolerated. There must be a ceasefire. And you actually heard earlier this week the Lebanese prime minister telling the Iran-backed militant group in Lebanon, Hezbollah, to stop, to stand down.
That's
and they
crazy,
haven't.
yeah.
They're fighting right now. You can hear those sirens behind me, likely going to any sort of falls or fragment sites here in Israel. But this is a significant development. And even again, as we are talking right now, I can see in Ashkelon, this is actually close to the Gaza border, there are sirens sounding in northern Ashkelon. Ashkelon's a city of just about a few miles away from the Gaza Strip. Again, we don't know why those sirens are sounding. I can't talk with sources while we're here on air, but right now, this is a significant attack, and it comes after an 8-hour lull in Iranian launches because, again, the Americans and the Israelis are doing everything they can to neutralize that ballistic missile threat, and they've been quite successful so far.
Right. And so you don't think that Hamas is sending rockets in, but that's a possibility? They're capable of doing that?
The threat from Gaza has been greatly reduced. Hamas still has some rockets and mortars in their arsenal, specifically in the Deir al-Balah neighborhood of central Gaza. But the reality is the war in Gaza is a secondary, if not even further down the line, for the Israeli people and for the Israeli military. There have not been any reports of airstrikes in Gaza over the past several days. The focus has largely been on the northern border with Hezbollah and, of course, the Iranian regime. The Israelis are using much of their air power, actually the most in the country's history, to hammer the Iranian regime. And so Gaza is sort of an...
Crazy, man. It's the day 5. I'm going to update the little headline at the bottom because I think they're now saying like 1,000 people now. According to Iranian State and Red Crescent, 1,000 people killed, maybe more than that probably. Who knows, right? The unaccounted numbers. But they're saying over 1,000 now. Jeez. Let me update that right there a little bit. We'll put a little new tagline there. The NATO thing I was kind of shocked with Turkey. I think it's, to me, you know, this is just speculating. I think they have nothing much left, and so they're just trying to kill and hurt whoever they can and cause as many problems as they can. And pissed that they're not getting any support, maybe. Pretty wild. Update that right here. I hope you guys are doing good today. Wednesday. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. Wednesday. I'm getting a bunch of updates rolling in. I'm gonna play a clip for you two on the side. Let's see, did it update? Good. Okay. Put the little clip. Something I saw this morning from Mark Dice.
Here's another video.
That's just kind of interesting because you see a little bit when you look a little bit into the past.
Video from the archives that you have to check out because you're not going to see this on Fox News. It's Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, the all-knowing wise one, the HJIC, the head Jew in charge over there, back in 2002, lobbying Congress here to take out Saddam Hussein for Israel. As we know, the neocons shifted the supposed war on terror from Afghanistan over to Iraq. One, the HJ being
that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age. Something new is happening.
And that is speculation on your part, or you have some evidence to that effect?
Well, it's actually what we call BS.
I remember the montage video of him being like, they're going to have weapons by this time. They're going to have weapons by that time. I got to find that video and play it sometime.
Turned down, costing trillions of dollars.
Crazy, though. Yeah, hold on, let me play this part.
And many others will see new age.
And we all know how that 20-year disaster turned out, costing 4,500 American soldiers their lives, not to mention the countless other ones who were seriously injured and maimed, and giving birth to ISIS, costing trillions of dollars of American tax money. But by a miracle, not a single Israeli soldier was killed during that entire war because they didn't send any soldiers over there to help us. But removing...
Now, here's the thing. When I saw this Trump thing, because I missed this yesterday, I wasn't on yesterday. I'm going to be scanning throughout the stream too, like if I see anything pertinent. I'm going to open my emails too to see if you guys have sent anything over.
Give us an update on how this one's going, Mr. President.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
That's very reassuring, sir. It's times like these where I really wish Charlie Kirk was still with us so that he could maybe just
so interesting.
Send off a text message.
This was so interesting. You guys ever seen this clip of Charlie? I was listening to this right before I jumped on. I was like scanning stuff. Good morning, good morning. This is like, I was like, oh crap. And this goes to the whole thing about regime change, which they say never works. I don't know. Has it ever worked in history? I guess not.
Message or make a quick phone call to the president and tell him things like this.
We are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change? Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. We have seen this play before. Regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work out. You have no idea.
This may go, hopefully will go, probably will go, a lot smoother than the war in Iraq. So far, at least, there are no soldiers on the ground. We put over 100,000, I think 150,000 soldiers on the ground in Iraq. This is all because they forget the areas. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to talk about the immense and strange influence that Israel has over America's foreign policy and how a lot of these military actions and wars in the last few...
Okay. Oh, Laura Loomer. Oh, man, I was watching this video this morning from Schroyer, and he's pissed. Oh, he's not happy. He was talking, you know, that's the guy that worked with, he worked with Alex Jones, and I guess he quit. And he's not happy because he was saying Laura Loomer has the ear of the president, and she calls him, and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are not happy about that. Laura Loomer. I don't know if you guys have heard about this too. This is kind of crazy story. One of the soldiers that was killed, the American soldiers, they said the soldier was days away from returning home to her family. Isn't that crazy? Imagine that, just a couple days away and killed. Nuts. First Sergeant Class Nicole Amor. Crazy. Thanks. Oh, this was kind of nuts too. I heard about this. Let me fix. I want to get two window screens going on. Part of the stuff that I've been working on is making things like smoother for me and easier if possible. Let's see if we update. Okay, we're done. And so any little thing that makes the stream smoother on my end and your end, we're doing it. Let me do one more. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. What's that? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. Ooh. Maybe like a little bigger. People can see for a second. All right, but yeah, that's this post here. Iran just reportedly fired a ballistic missile at Greece. intercepted by U.S. warships in the Mediterranean. Iran strikes yet another blow at Europe. They're just shooting at everybody and anybody. I feel like they're trying to like land something big, take out whoever they can in the process. Pretty wild. All right, let me just hotkey that. I'm getting into hotkeys now, man. Whatever's easier, faster. Pretty crazy, man. I don't know, man. Well, who's gonna take over? Is this gonna be a good thing? A bad thing? Iran's for sure pissing everybody off. They're gonna be done with them. And Beirut's just being destroyed, man. It's just gonna look like Gaza by the time they're done. Full screen, not so cool. Okay. See. Perfect. I said Iranians are fleeing Tehran. Yeah, that place is going to be leveled. Through the Turkish border, families loading cars and crossing into Turkey on foot. Maybe that's why they're shooting at Turkey. What? Is that what this is? Yeah. Maybe Iran feels some kind of way.
I'm coming from Tehran, and there is a lot of chaos in the city, a lot of missiles and attacks from U.S. and Israel. I'm not into the politics, but I know it's a lot of. It brings just a lot of sadness to people. Yeah, so we are going to join our kids.
Dangerous, right now. But most of people stay in Tehran. Yeah, but
most people
really
staying?
They are dangerous.
So what you said, most people are staying?
Yeah, so we are going to join our kids.
Dangerous, right now. But most of people stay in Tehran. Yeah, but
most people stay in Tehran. I mean, I understand, like, to kind of like uplift your life and get moving is probably really difficult. But I guess if it means life and death, I think most people would make a decision. But I mean, I can't really say much because Floridians, a lot of people just stay. When there's a crazy ass hurricane coming, there's a mandatory evacuation. I'm staying. I got my cats, my dogs. People hunker down. Supposedly, too. Oh, I wonder if I could test this out. Israeli's Air Force commander praised the F-35 pilot who downed. Let me see. So I'm gonna try something now. We're gonna try this out. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if I'm ready for the new technology. Let me start it. All right, let's see. I want to play this clip. I'll play that clip, but we'll see. I don't know. The filter on. Oh, we got an alert. Oh, shit. Rocket and missile alert. Where's that at? Oh. Confrontation line, rocket and missile alert. Right in the north part of Israel, looks like. Whoa, yeah, right by the border, looks like. That's probably where there's like a lot of action, those borders and stuff. Lebanon. All right. Oh yeah, so this, let me see if this works. So we can see what they're, hear what they're saying.
ההעפלה ההיסטורית שלך מעל שמי טהרן היא ביטוי לעוצמתו של חיל האוויר ולנחישות האישית שלך. קיבלת יסודות טובים, אני רואה, חתרת למגע עם כל שאר טייסי המבנה, אני ממש גאה בכולכם. המלחמה נמשכת, תחזרו בשלום, תנוחו קצת, המשימה הבאה מחכה לכם.
It didn't work. I'll have to figure it out another time then. Well, then get it translated. Oh wait, yeah, get it translated what they're saying. I had this whole plugin that did that. Well, it did Arabic. Or maybe that's why I didn't pick I didn't pick the language. That's probably why. Let's see. Let me give that a try. Yeah, I still had it on Arabic. That's why. Let me just put it on auto. Oh, there's no auto option? Auto. Alright, we'll just try Hebrew. Okay, let's try again. Let's see.
ההעפלה ההיסטורית שלך מעל שמי טהרן היא ביטוי לעוצמתו של חיל האוויר ולנחישות האישית שלך. קיבלת יסודות טובים, אני רואה, חתרת למגע עם כל שאר טייסי המבנה, אני ממש גאה בכולכם. המלחמה נמשכת, תחזרו בשלום, תנוחו קצת, המשימה הבאה כבר מחכה לכם. ההעפלה ההיסטורית שלך מעל שמי טהרן היא ביטוי לעוצמתו של חיל האוויר ולנחישות האישית שלך. קיבלת יסודות טובים, אני רואה, חתרת למגע עם כל שאר טייסי המבנה, אני ממש גאה בכולכם. המלחמה נמשכת, תחזרו בשלום, תנוחו קצת.
The war is continuing. Return to peace. I miss you. So this is a conversation that what happened between it says Israelis Air Force commander praised the F-35 pilot. The next mission is already awaiting you.
ההעפלה ההיסטורית שלך מעל שמי טהרן היא ביטוי לעוצמתו של חיל האוויר ולנחישות האישית שלך. קיבלת יסודות טובים, אני רואה, חתרת למגע עם כל שאר טייסי המבנה, אני ממש גאה בכולכם. המלחמה נמשכת, תחזרו בשלום, תנוחו קצת, המשימה הבאה כבר מחכה לכם. ההעפלה ההיסטורית שלך...
Okay. The translation, I like snow chow mein. What the fuck? I guess it needs a little bit of work, the translation, but it's getting there. It's getting there. We'll have to probably find a better language thing. Holy crap. All right. Let's make sure it's the plan. I swear, man, sometimes when I'm looking at the skyline, it just looks like frozen to me. I have to like double look, make sure it's not paused. What else we got going on this morning, man? There's a lot of updates. Let me look through the official updates before we get into the nitty gritty, the nastiness, man. Man, they're doing all kinds of hit pieces, man. They're shooting people, killing people, blowing people up, and if they got to, the U.S. intelligence is going to release your previous history of impotency. Bro. By any means necessary, I guess. Woo. Department of War dropped a video an hour ago. What is this? This says the Indian Ocean, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship. Wow. Let's see. Oh. An Iranian warship. I guess we should check this out. I have a set for. Okay. So, an Iranian warship sunk by a submarine. Is that what this said? U.S. submarine? Oh. Oh, snap. I'm surprised they actually have warships like that. I don't know. In my head, I pictured they were pushing little boats, speedboats. They have warships? Wow. I didn't know that. Interesting. Iranian warship and that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead sunk by a torpedo. Ooh.
In the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death.
Oh, that.
The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting
Taking shots.
win. In the Indian Ocean. And
yeah, I wonder. That's from this morning. I like to keep a tab open with Fox Live sometimes because they'll have. Sometimes I don't know about these like press conferences or whatever, and they cover it throughout the day. So I'm gonna keep it on the side. Live Now Fox. It's just kind of good to keep like an eye on them, you know. Live Now Fox. Right now, lawmakers grilled. Oh, I forgot Tim Waltz. Oh no, he's being grilled.
And identify these fraudsters
Oh.
so that social services can reach those
Oh no,
who need them.
Mama's love.
However, we cannot recklessly deny help to many people who need services.
Okay. That's happening now, so we're not missing out on anything. I'll keep it open though, but we're not missing out on nothing. So U.S. submarine, that's pretty interesting. That's a big one. U.S. submarine sank down.
Heading out of Iran.
Sank Iranian warship in Indian Ocean with torpedo. I went through a little phase of like watching documentaries on submarines and like ones that have sunk and like people that have been stuck at the bottom of the ocean. It's like scary, man. But the technology is crazy too. And just back in the day in wartime. U.S. says it will strike. I want to see the submarine thing. Oh. Okay. It's working. Let's see. Hegseth says Iran war coverage makes the president look bad. Why? Reverted to his past talking points about fake news. Suggested the press prominently covers service members' casualties. I mean, why wouldn't we or anybody else? I mean, it's a tragedy. It's horrible. Why wouldn't the press or people cover the people that were soldiers that were killed? It makes the president look bad. Okay. Hegseth then alluded to the Iranian drone strike in Kuwait that killed 6 service members. When a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page. I get it, the press only wants to make the president look bad. No, it doesn't I don't think it makes him look, well, maybe for some people it does. To me, it's like the technology, or why are people there not being taken care of? Iranian drone strike in Kuwait that killed 6, and not even just that, which that's a horrible situation. That the other strike the other day, the friendly fire shit, like what's going on over there? Friendly fire from Kuwait that took down those jets? Let's see what else. Wow. More information, a submarine. Let's check this out too. More information, I guess, about the submarine. A U.S. submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean and sank it. 80 plus dead. Iran's military is having a bad week. And the other post kind of alluded to because they were in international waters and maybe they thought they weren't going to get attacked. Let me put you guys on a big screen. I'm actually considering getting another screen. I don't know how to do it because I want one screen that's just. I have one screen with the big display, what you guys see here on the. Then I have my central command area, and then on the right it's kind of like the media screen. Whatever I'm playing on the side or whatever, that's showing there. But it's also my chat screen. I like to have the chat. Maybe sometimes it's not good to look at the chat though all the time. But I like to be able to access it when I want to, you know. Stooge, thank you so much for the 5 memberships and the super chat. What does it say here? We demand an all-day stream. Since you think it's okay to take off yesterday. I was practically on all day yesterday. I gotta find out why you guys this thing is not popping up on the screen. The super chats and the membership should pop up. I'm gonna have to address that. Takes a day off and forgets how to acknowledge. How rude. I just did. What was I doing too? There was something else. Watch Bodyguard Lies on Paramount. Eye-opening. Oh. Alright, let's see what else. Can you give some real info? I just did. Can you actually go rewind back before you make stupid comments? Sorry, I shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. We've been live for 50 minutes. Go rewind back then. Let's see. That's why I shouldn't look at the chat. You see? I can't. Sometimes I just want to reply back. Shouldn't though, but. Russia condemns U.S. calls for Iranians to seize power. Oh, man. Spanish PM issues rebuttal after Trump trade threats. Jesus. Heather, thank you for the memberships. Gracias. I do now that you mentioned Nick, I have a weird clip. Alex Jones and Nick talking about this whole situation. I think I bookmarked it. I'm gonna put that on in a second. I kind of want to fix the chat thing though. That's not popping up. Let's see if I can fix that. Let me see why that's not working. Oh, it's right there. Why does it feels like it wants to work sometimes? It doesn't want to work sometimes. All right, let's just make sure it's working. It is working. Oh, okay, I'm tripping. Just fix a little. Oh, there's a couple of adjustments I can make though. Oh, it's like it reset for some reason. Okay, so let me just adjust that a little bit. It's falling off the screen too fast. Okay, do that. Pop up that. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so let me get this Nick thing. No, bro. I think it's funny when people say it's the real news. That Suleiman Ahmed guy is always posting false information. I go check out some of his stuff sometimes, but he's one of those people you don't know what's real, you don't know what's fake. You have to fact check everything 6-10 times. The Suleiman guy. It's funny. That's the real news. Because they were trying to claim. Are they the ones that were claiming that a U.S. fighter jet was shot out? Is that the one you're talking about? I'm looking at the page right now. There is interesting stuff he posts, but you got to take some things with a grain of salt. You got to be just careful. He posts a lot of shit, never corrects anything. He just posting all kinds of bullshit. Pete Hegseth says Iran wanted to kill Trump. Well, yeah, they did. That's how mob boss moves, man. You think I'm gonna wait for you to come kill me? Where's that fighter jet thing? I remember hearing about that. I thought yesterday somebody has mentioned that. I'm like, bro, that'd be all over the news if a U.S. fighter jet was shot out. Let me see if I can find that clip that I was, oh, you hear firing, shots fired. We can go down Suleiman's page too, we'll take a look. Let's see this yesterday. Oof. Oof, I forgot I had some stuff to show y'all. There you go. All right, just a few clips. Let's play a little bit of this one.
And I'm watching it sink by its own doing, and so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. And I still hope we can turn it around, but I just, sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. You know, we all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus.
It's sad to see something you sacrificed. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Oh.
Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of Trump haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Rumble. Let me start Rumble over. Let me start it over. I get it fixed. When I get it fixed, maybe it needs a restart. Restart the computer over there. All right, yeah, let me keep going. I got a bunch of stuff here to show. And we'll go down Suli's thing in a little bit. I don't take Nick Fuentes really serious at all anymore, because he's here and they're talking about, like, I don't know if it was this clip, I wasn't listening, or the other clip, but there was like, oh, it's an Epstein cover-up. But this guy was like praising Epstein. He has merch that's Epstein's clothes. He was like, oh, it's not a pedophile. And then he's up there like, oh yeah, it's a cover-up for Epstein. Like, I don't take anything what this guy says anymore. Nick Fuentes, he's a complete flip-flop, bro. Almost like Kanye West. That's probably why they get along so well. Never stands on anything, always flip-flopping, always changing. So I don't, but I think he's funny, and I think it's like sometimes like entertaining to watch him and stuff, but I don't like put too much word or thought into what he says. More than 650 military personnel killed or wounded by Iran's retaliatory operation. Oh, this is bad. Oh yeah, check this out. Iran's? What? See, this is some type of thing that Suleiman will put out. More than 650 U.S. military personnel killed or wounded. Which one is it? Killed or wounded? It has to be wounded. Or what?
At a Fox News alert, an official source has confirmed that a suspected Iranian drone has hit a CIA station in Saudi Arabia's capital. Jennifer Griffin is live in Washington. Jennifer, what do we know?
Well, Jessica, we've confirmed with an official source that, in fact, it was an Iranian drone that struck the station, the CIA station in Riyadh. It was part of that U.S. Embassy compound, part of that drone strike last night that led to damage at the embassy. This is certainly a symbolic victory for the IRGC. Nobody was injured. Nobody was at the embassy at the time. The Washington Post was the first to report on the incident, and that it was, in fact, the CIA station that was targeted and hit. But what this indicates is that drones, the Iranian drones are...
And they said it was a CIA station, but I remember too when I heard, didn't they say it was like a trailer thing? Wasn't it a trailer that got shot over there? Maybe the CIA thing was supposed to be undercover. Let me try Rumble again, see if they're fixed. Hit start, see if it lags or smooth. I think it's smooth over there. Let me make sure. I think they're good now. Oh, a lot better, a lot better. Woof. Yeah, I restarted it. It's good now. I think it's better. I gotta fix some stuff there later too. Adjustments. All right, but let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Oh yeah.
Going to be a big problem. They can take out the missile launchers and even the missile stockpiles, but they have thousands, if not tens of thousands of these drones, and anyone can put them in the back of a truck and fire them. These are really the new suicide bombs of the next phase.
This person, RT, Russian TV media, whatever RT means, doesn't mean Russian something, says that 650 U.S. personnel killed or wounded. So definitely not killed, but there's a bunch of posts like this. And of course it has 1.3 million views because on X, lying is what gets you the money. Lying, making shit up. And notice he has no kind of, there's nothing on here that's like, oh, context, this is inaccurate, or like, you know how they mark it? They give it like a flag. None of that. None of that. Me, if I post any kind of war video on there, they're flagging it, they're taking it down. I have to delete it because it's suspended. I don't even I just repost now, like retweet. I don't actually post it anymore. But these people, you can post all kinds of BS. It's fine, and people believe it. They eat it up. They love it. So this was interesting too. Bricks, I like Bricks. I think he tries to be accurate, it seems like. But it says CNN reporters take cover mid-interview as Iran fires ballistic missiles.
We have things coming in, so we are going to just...
She on a green screen. No, I'm just kidding.
You can unmic and then go downstairs? Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right?
That's pretty dramatic.
You do need to move pretty quickly. Yeah.
I would have been running. Just go.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right? And come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there.
Over here walking like they're gonna go have some coffee, a cup of coffee or a sandwich or something.
Okay. All right. Yep. All right. I'm gonna just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay.
Okay.
And we're gonna move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv.
That's crazy, dude.
So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan. 5 or 6 minutes. Okay. And then let's just keep going. All right,
This could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from.
And they're still taking the time to like slow down, stop. Let's have this conversation and do this hit piece. This not hit piece, but you know, yeah, they call it a hit piece. This hit piece while the bombs are flying
Lebanon,
in.
It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know. But this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
Wow. That's small. Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy went off. And there was a lady I gotta find too. This woman, it's like really controversial because she has a husband that's, I believe, overseas, an active service duty member. I don't know if he's overseas, but he's an active service duty member. And she's like, I hate Trump and blah, 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 blah. Well, she has the right, of course, to speak her opinion. But some people are saying, like, it's messed up. Your husband's overseas, he's active service, and you're doing this, all this stuff. So I'll get to that in a second. But I saw this guy. He said he got in trouble. 20 years. 20 years servicemen in our armed forces are being removed for the positions and labeled a threat to national security for criticizing Israel. Is that true? Really? Let's see. 20
in the
years.
military. Yesterday, so after 20 years of service in the military, yesterday I got pulled into an officer's office and counseled for posts that I have on my social media. During the counseling, they told me I'm under investigation as a threat to national security. When I asked for proof, like what the posts were yesterday, they refused to give it to me. They made me come back today to further go over stuff. They gave me the proof, and the proof they gave me are anti-Israel posts. Now, when I joined the military, I took an allegiance to support the United States of America. I did not ever take an allegiance to support Israel. But yet, I am deemed a threat to national security because I do not support Israel and their genocide against the Palestinian people. Yes, you heard that right. I am deemed a threat to national security because I don't support Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Since when does not supporting a foreign nation get a U.S. soldier investigated for being a threat to national security?
Man, well, they're probably going to come investigate you more now. Ooh. So they're saying, and again, this take with this, I don't know. Reportedly, a footage captures the moment drone reportedly slams into U.S. victory base in Baghdad.
ايوه علي جت راح توقع هون وقعت يا علي يا علي مدد ما طلع
Dang. Oh.
علي
Wow. Tempcom Epic Fury, that was last night. Iranian strike slams into Jerusalem. Dome of the rocket just behind blast. Let's see. Red alerts. By the way, I haven't gotten any red alerts. They're still going? Let's see. 11 minutes ago. Oh. Okay. You want to come through? Hostile aircraft intrusion. I should have put on that bell. Paying hell for it now. Just now, yeah. Oof. Minutes 53. Wow. Okay. Where's that at? North of Israel. North and by the border, I guess, North Israel. What the hell is this? Oh, I got myself into something else. I don't even know what that is. I walked into the wrong part of the internet. All right. Fix that too. Fix the code. All right, so this was interesting too. This was interesting. Okay. Sudanese army. If America and Israel send group forces into Iran, I swear to God, we will send the brigades and volunteer to fight in the Iran conflict. Let me see. Hold on. What happened to the other? Remember that gang? Those gang people too the other night. I forgot the name of them. The Frenchie. I don't remember what they were called. Some gang came out the other day and they were like, if they send them, we're jumping in too. There's more people offering support to Iran.
نقول على الملأ الليلة إذا الأمريكان والصهاينة والماسونية يتربصوا بأخواننا في إيران نزلوا قوات برية والله نحن كتايبنا دي كلها راح.
They said too, this from the RT, that a hospital with newborns destroyed by missiles in Bushehr, Iran. A neonatal ward. Neonatal ward.
بیمارستان شهدای هسته‌ای بوشهر که کلاً تخریب شد و مورد هدف موشک‌ها قرار گرفت یه چند دقیقه پیش. تمامی نیروهای امدادی دارن بیمارایی که بستری بودن، حالا حالتشون خیلی وخیم بود، از قبل بستری بودن، تمام تخلیه می‌کنن بیمارستان دیگه.
They let's see. This is the Shahid Hasti hospital in Bushehr, which was completely destroyed and targeted by missiles a few minutes ago. All the rescue teams were here. The patients who were hospitalized were already in critical condition, has worsened. They're evacuating everyone and transferring them to another hospital. The neonatal ward, which by the way, neonatal is like premature babies. It's like the ICU for babies. Well, it doesn't have to be premature, but it's like the ICU for babies. Let's see. In this situation, I can't even speak because of a lump in my throat, even though I still speak. They hit a spot where you have to say this baby and that baby, the ones I pointed to, they pulled the machines off and they lost their lives. Oh man, that might be a dead baby. I don't know if he's really dead or not. Maybe they were on breathing. Still on though. I guess he's just giving an example of the ones that they've maybe pulled. That baby, let me see, this baby and that baby, and the ones I pointed to, they pulled the machines off them and they lost their lives. Look at this. Oh, that's sad. That is a neonatal. I used to work in pediatrics, neonatal. Damn. But they said this too, and this was last night. Some of the stuff I'm catching up, some of the stuff is right news, some of the stuff was yesterday, but yesterday, well, this was 7 hours ago really, but Israel hits Tehran's Mehrabad International Airport with massive strike, destroying the fuel shortage facility, and several aircraft on the ground. Military and civilian planes were destroyed in the attack. That is pretty... wow. Ooh. I gotta look into that. Oh, corroborate that. That's crazy. The Owen Schroyer thing, I don't think I need to play. I don't think it's 7 minutes long. I don't want to spend time on Owen. I think he was like taking shots at Loomer, but and then even the title, emergency disaster looming. A lot of people feel some kind of way.
In the actual,
I'll let it play for a little bit. But some people don't agree with the war. Some people don't agree. Some people agree. And so I kind of like, let people's viewpoints come through for or against.
Where all the momentum is at right now, the Democrats look like they might flip a Senate seat in Texas. That's how bad this is. And yes, this is 100% because Republican voters have no enthusiasm and they are not excited to go vote for Republicans. And this is because of the Trump administration and because of the GOP. And I will tell you this, the biggest factor that's going to turn all of this off is this war with Iran. Now, it's likely that this deal for the war with Iran was already cut. And that's what Trump did. That was the deal that Trump cut in order to get elected, was that he promised the donors and everyone else that he would engage in this regime change war in Iran. So all the defense contractors, all the new tech AI contractors, Marian Adelson, the Israeli lobby, they all backed him, and he promised them regime change war in Iran. And you can see where this is going. Oh, no new wars in Iran. Oh, it was just a precision strike. Oh, it's just a series of strikes. Oh, we need regime change war. Oh, we may need boots in the ground. This is a bloodbath. This is what's coming for the midterms. And then you see that story that after Trump launched the war on Iran, he goes and wines and dines with millionaires, and then
that whole part, I don't know if it's true, like he was winding down with millionaires, but it's possible because I remember when after the war was launched, he had like this donor thing going on at Mar-a-Lago, and I thought to myself, and we were live talking about it. I was like, that's interesting and peculiar because we hadn't even seen him on TV. I think he posted a video, but we haven't seen him on TV to address the nation and the situation. There was a video out though, like I think he posted it. I don't think it was live. And so I thought that was interesting and peculiar. But I was thinking, but in my head, because I'm always like trying to, I don't know if it's benefit of the doubt, but it's like trying to not assume things sometimes, maybe it was already pre-scheduled or something like that. But it was interesting that like, okay, there's this war, there's all this shit going on. We just launched this, but I'm going to make sure I stop at this donor thing at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know.
And apparently is on the phone with Laura Loomer. And Laura Loomer is telling him how great he is and how he's the best ever. We are cooked. Do you understand? If the Democrats flip a Senate seat in Texas, then you get to 2028 and the Texas electoral votes go to the Democrats, it's over. If the Democrats have California, New York, and Texas, it's game over. It's done. The Republicans are cooked. There's no chance. It doesn't matter who they run. If the Democrats take Texas, it's over. And this is all because of Trump. And he doesn't have any idea what's going on because he has no one in his ear telling him what's going on, except Laura Loomer, who's slobbering all over the phone, apparently so much that it gets through the phone and onto his neck and gives him an STD.
Yeah, there's people... Laura Loomer, I wouldn't want to be on her bad side because I think she's like crazy. Like she could like, I don't know what she would do. I guess I could imagine like dating her or something, then you break up. Oh my God, you'd have to leave the country. But she seems loyal. Oh damn, you hear that? Is that, or maybe that's just wind. Okay. I thought like something hit. I think it's just really windy over there. But she's like a loyal ass person, it seems like. You understand? Like she's ride or die. But a lot of people hate her, you know, they're upset because she talks to Trump. She has his phone number. Oh, I gotta show you guys this too. This is kind of interesting. I'll restart this. Let's see. Okay. So this here, Mario posted this. Oh no, we need a bigger. 2 Israeli APCs were hit by Hezbollah anti-tank fire in southern Lebanon. Damage was moderate, crews are okay. Israelis ground push south of the litany continues while civilians are fleeing. APCs. Yes. Moving on, we got the submarine. That was really interesting too. The submarine. Everybody's talking about that an hour ago. Okay. Wait, what? What? Okay. Let me fix this up a little bit. Yeah. So this, I kind of want to make a better little custom for this too, actually. I don't know how long we're going to cover the war, but trying to get everything kind of dialed in so it's just, bloop, 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 you know, smooth. Dial it in. So yeah, they're saying unconfirmed and unverified images reportedly showing debris, suggesting the U.S. military in Qatar is using older PAC-2 air defense missiles after running low on PAC-3 interceptors. Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation that we don't have the munitions, we're running low, and Trump has come out and said that's not true. And I think some other person in the military has come out and said that's not true. And Trump said we have unlimited. We could potentially have unlimited, which I have a hard time believing unlimited, but maybe he's just meaning to manufacture and make. I guess it's good for business, good for money. The companies are happy. There's certain particular companies that love the war. Yes, it's time. Yes. Okay. Lock that in. Lock it in. Boom. Perfect. Okay. All right. Lock it in. Lock it in. I'm going to look into that post more. That is kind of an interesting post. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but... Israel media says Iranian regime forces were operating inside a school building, raising serious questions about the military activity in civilian spaces. Oh boy, here we go again. Here we go again. Hezbollah reportedly used a cluster bomb near Metula for the first time. Residents were told to stay indoors. No immediate injuries. Check this out. Let's see. Cluster bomb. What else is going on here? TMZ. Whoa! They're saying police activity on the former Epstein Island. TMZ. Let's check it out. No audio. Epstein Island. It's a perfect time, man. We got all this war stuff going on. Perfect time for them to go over there. What else? What else? Beirut is getting happy hours earlier.
explained this morning, we almost have, I think, hours away probably from having full operational control over the skies over Iran, which means that this mission can be completed quickly. We expect that it will be. And then we will hope and pray that the Iranian people take this moment of opportunity, rise up, take their country back, and that freedom can flourish there for the first time in generations. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Some of your members, as you know, Congressman Davidson included, oppose this Iran operation, which the president himself has called a war. Are you confident that you have the votes to defeat the War Powers Resolution?
I'll fix the volume.
Yes, and I had a discussion with Congressman Davidson this morning. He's a dear friend and brother of mine, and we, iron sharpens iron. We disagree on issues, and we have those discussions. He and I have done this a lot. He said this morning in front of all their House Republicans, he's not yet sure how he's going to vote on the War Powers Resolution. I believe we have the votes to put this down, and I certainly pray that's true. Because, for what all the reasons I said, it would put the country in serious harm, and it would certainly jeopardize the lives of our troops and all those who were involved in making these great sacrifices to defend us. We have to put this down. Money.
You said on Monday, talking about the start of this war, you said that Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. You also said that Israel fired upon Iran, they have immediately retaliated against us, personnel and assets. But the president said yesterday that it was him, it was the United States that might have forced Israel's hand. So why are you and the president not on the same page?
We're on the same page. I'm not at liberty to say publicly much of the classified information that I get in all these briefings, and that's always the delicate part of this, because if we say too much, then it reveals methods and sources, and it eliminates the ability of our extraordinary military and intelligence community to do what they do. The president has explained his analysis and his thought. Obviously, Israel is a close ally. They're in close communication. But everything I've said and everything he said is all true. They're not inconsistent in any way. Israel saw Iran as an existential threat. We should have seen them as well. But they were they were literally a neighbor. So if Iran said publicly, they all told us why, okay? If they had the ability, they would wipe Israel off the face of the earth. That is why they were trying to enrich uranium. And even though we took out the nuclear facilities several months ago, they were still working on their nuclear ambition, even through the negotiations, as I said. And they were producing missiles at such a rapid pace that they were building up an arsenal that would have done untold damage to Israel and other neighbors there, right there in the Middle East. So Israel saw that as an existential threat. Bibi Netanyahu's explained all this publicly. He's stating the obvious. Everybody knew that. They saw a moment of opportunity. They had to act in their own survival, and we knew and understood, and this has been explained by the Secretary of State, the President, myself, and everybody else, the unclassified part is that if this kinetic activity began, then Iran was determined to hit us, our personnel, our assets, and all that. If the Commander-in-Chief and his administration and our officials waited for all those casualties to be exacted, they would have been drug up here and put through an inquest like you've never seen before, because the Democrats would have had a field day and said, if you had all that exquisite intelligence, why didn't you protect us? So it's a no-win situation for them. That's what the president and everyone has tried to explain. There are different ways to explain it. It's all the same truth. None of that has changed. It's entirely consistent. Last one. Yes, sir. Last, back row.
President Trump said this is expected to be a 4 to 5 week campaign, but that he opened the door for potentially longer than that. We heard several of your members yesterday coming out of briefing. Some said they support the engagement now, but that that may change if this ends up being something that drags out. If we're sitting here 8 weeks, 10 weeks down the road, and this is still happening, would your position, at least on a War Powers Resolution, change?
But look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What we need to do right now is stand together as a country. We need to stand with our brave servicemen and women who are in harm's way, stand with the president on this critical mission to keep us safe, and we will do that. Congress will do its job. We will perform our oversight responsibilities, but the first duty, as I said earlier, is to keep the country safe, and that's what we're focused on right now. Thank you so much.
Supplemental funding. Has the Pentagon
And those were House GOP leaders there giving remarks amid heightened awareness here in America When it comes to security, as the conflict in the Middle East does continue, we also heard them speaking about this partial government shutdown that is affecting DHS as well. And thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Mattino. We are going to step away for a commercial break, but on the other side there, I do want to take you back out to Washington, D.C. as we're listening in to day 2 here of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem as she is testifying. That's next.
Boom, boom. Oh, wait, Kristi Noem? Oh, wait, she's back again? Testifying again? I heard that was kind of messy. Okay, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Good. Hopefully this fixes that. Okay. So yeah, let me check. Let's see what else is going on. We got Beirut here on the main screen that's been getting hammered. Also, Tehran's been getting hammered. No cameras out there though. I'm gonna keep that down. Sri Lanka's, damn, that's nuts, bro. With the submarine thing, that's nuts. 87 bodies. Sri Lanka's Navy recovered 87 bodies. Whew. From the submarine that was sunk. Not the submarine, sorry, the ship. It was a submarine, a U.S. submarine that sunk the Iranian ship. A U.S. sub. Dang, bro. That is nuts. Wow. Sri Lanka. That was a report that came out, yeah. Covered 87 bodies. They also rescued 32 people. That's kind of an interesting detail. Also rescued 32 people.
Live to Washington, D.C., where yesterday we saw DHS Secretary Kristi Noem testifying. She is there now again for day 2. So let's head over and listen in.
I haven't watched Kristi Noem, but the one part I saw like a clip. They show, I don't know if they showed a video or a picture, and they're like, "What is this? This bedroom? What is this?" Or they just said, "What is this?" And she's like, "Oh, it's a bed or something." And he's like, "Oh, it's on a plane, right?" And she's like, "Yes." And then I don't know if they're accusing. I don't know what she did. What was going on that plane? It was a government plane, though. I guess I don't know what was going on that plane. It's freaks. What's going on? Sunday afternoon, an Iranian ballistic missile struck on central Israel's Beit Shemesh. Shemesh killed 9 people, yeah. Got Suleiman, pull some other clips. Let's see what else is going on right around. I'm trying to get these alerts fixed too, because I like these alerts with the incoming stuff. I mean, I could always just check the map. That works too. We can check the latest. 29 minutes ago, Northern Lane. Let's see something. Democrats had a press conference. Kristi Noem's now being questioned. Oh, there's a White House press conference, press briefing at 1 o'clock. We'll check that out at 1 o'clock. Ooh. At the skyline, Tel Aviv skyline. Exquisite. What does he have? Haifa. Haifa is towards like the north of Israel. It might not be a bad cam to have kind of available. U.S. warplanes arriving at UK bases in coming days. I guess Steimer decided to make a decision. Steimer. Let's see. I don't have anything over here.
And is the IRGC, is that capable of delivering? Who is going to deliver? Who is going to be the new government of Iran? All of this is extremely unclear, as is what the outcome and the aims and aspirations of this war are.
Well, yes, it's clear that there is still many, many questions about what is to happen in the coming weeks and days, let alone an exit strategy, which still hasn't really been announced, has it? Afraid we're out of time, but Katie Balls and Madeleine Moon, really good to talk to you both.
I did see a video and I saved it of, I forgot this lady's name, let me just show it. She said she was a part of the secret meeting or whatever. Yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of stuff pop up too. My screen just refreshed. A bunch of stuff popped up. Just in footage, mass explosions in Tehran. Iran today following U.S. Israeli missile strikes. We'll take a look at that too. Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. Here we go. She said she was in the classified briefing, and she's very concerned about the things that she heard.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and here's what I can say. It is so much worse than you thought. You are right to be worried. Trump administration has no plan in Iran. This illegal war is based on lies, and it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation. Donald Trump still hasn't given a single clear reason for this war, and he seems to have no plan for how to end it either. Like a lot of you, I am really angry. I am angry at what Donald Trump is doing, and I feel grief for those already killed in this unnecessary conflict. And I will keep doing everything I can to fight to end this war. I just left a
Elizabeth Warren. This guy, I haven't fully watched this video, but I guess maybe it's a little interesting. Somebody criticizing Dubai, which, by the way, I saw a post somewhere. Hopefully I can find it again, but I saw a post where people were being warned out in Dubai about posting what's going on. Like, it's a fine. It says something about like spreading misinformation. You can face like up to 2 years or something like that. I know some of those places are serious. I think there was a YouTuber out there that was recording unauthorized. He got in trouble. Let's see what this guy had to say. This guy had some criticism about Dubai.
Years of propaganda, people have finally come to the conclusion. I'm glad after years of propaganda, people have finally come to the conclusion that Dubai sucks. It's a fake city. It's probably one of the worst cities you could go to. First, let's address the elephant in the room. It's a slave city. They contract Southeast Asian men and at times African men to go over there to work, and then once they get over there, they take their passports so they can't leave. And if you even try like arguing with your boss about it or like any of the locals, they'll just send you straight to jail. Like literally like no civil rights if you're an immigrant over there. 2, Dubai has no culture, right? It's kind of advertised as this like playground for the rich. What do rich people hate? They hate poor people. So if you like walk around the streets of Dubai, it's empty. There's no people in the streets talking to each other, no music playing. There's nothing you get out of the experience in Dubai besides, oh, this is where people spend their money, this is where I buy things, oh, look at all these tall buildings. There's no Dubai culture, right? Like, New York City has culture, Chicago has culture, Tokyo has culture, New Delhi has culture. Like, there's people walking around, you know what I mean? Like, all the people who work in Dubai don't live in the city. They live away from their city and they all get paid like slave wages. My last point, there is like literally no reason for a woman to go to Dubai because there is someone there currently trying to figure out a way to sex traffic you. You fucking raise your voice at someone, you're wearing the wrong attire, someone lies and say they feel disrespected by your presence, dunzo. They're grabbing you, sending you to jail. Obviously, you're gonna like beg to be like, I don't want to go to jail in Dubai because foreigners get like life in prison for like no reason. They're like, oh, you don't want to go? Okay, well, you have to be my sex slave for the rest of your life or else you go to prison. Or if you got like a homegirl saying like, oh, like I got invited by like this rich guy in this tower, we just got like...
What's that sound I'm hearing? Oh, it's that thing still ricketing back and forth. I'm gonna get to the super chats in a second.
Like, hang out with them for a little bit. Do not listen to her. She is selling you out. Do not go to any rich person party in Dubai, man. Dubai is a fucking fake ass, evil ass city. Fuck Dubai.
Oh, wow. That guy went hard, man. Ooh. You better never go out to Dubai. You'll never make it back. So let me get to the super chat. I see somebody was sent somebody upset sent me a super chat, so let me get to all of them first. Stooge, thank you. Heather, thank you so much again for the 5 memberships. There's a guy named Andrew. He says, my last super chat, you caught TDS turning to 2CTV, canceling membership as well. Well, your membership, it says noob, so you're probably gifted that membership. I'm sure you didn't become a member, but maybe you did. And honestly, good riddance. 2CTV, he has I think an interesting show. Doesn't mean I have to align with him. Just because I pull up a CNN article, I'll play a CNN video, doesn't mean I agree with CNN. I think the problem with some of you people is you have like tunnel vision, and you cannot have any conversation, any dialogue with anybody or see anything different, or you lose your mind. You are TDS. You're actually the TDS person. You are what you're calling me. That's TDS. Irrationality. So, you know, just because I pull something up, or maybe I say something about Trump, or I laugh or whatever, I still like the guy. Doesn't mean I'm TDS. Doesn't mean I agree with everything. I have a mind of my own, unlike you. I can actually think for myself. And then the fact that you sent a super chat just to say you're unsubscribing, that's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. That's insane. I almost can't even believe you did that. Yo, and that's what I don't know if you guys saw me the other day talking about mental health, mental illness. Maybe that is mental illness. That is TDS. Yo, you seriously sent me that super chat? That's mental illness, man. Get some help. But honestly, man, when people do that too, it's not a problem for me, man. It's not a problem. If you don't want to watch me or whatever, that's not a problem for me, because it's a blessing for people like that to move on from your life. Because people like that, they can't move on. Those are the people that I tell you, like, they hate you, but they keep watching you. They've been watching for years and they hate you for years, but they can't stop watching you because they're attracted to what they hate. When you leave, it's a blessing for me. You're not like hurting me. Thank God. Please go. Yo, like, you're doing me a favor, because I prefer to be in peace. I can have conversations with people. I can have conversations with people from any political background. It doesn't have to be politics or whatever. We can talk, we can have a conversation, we can have a blast, we can have fun. You know what I'm saying? There's other things in life than just this politics, the political shit. So you are TDS. So, yeah. I don't know, that's my thoughts on that. But anyway, Space Fragile, thanks so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. Harry Houdini, thank you for the 5. Didn't Hillary Clinton say that if she was president back in 1998 that she would attack Iran? What changed? I know, a lot of these people are super hypocritical. Even like the immigration stuff, you can pull up all kinds of clips of Obama, Hillary, and Biden and all those other people saying the same exact things. But yeah, that's just crazy to me, man. If you gotta go. You're not, because imagine this, right? Imagine this. It's like kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You think I'm really supposed to sit here?
Thanks for everything, Mel.
Thank you. You think I'm really supposed to sit here and like try to like figure out what 5,000 people like and don't like, and like let me not play this video because I'm afraid or something? Like, how that would be impossible for me to function like that. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be crazy. It's crazy. There's people that I disagree with politically that I'm subscribed to or I watch once in a while because I just want to see what they're saying. I want to understand where they're coming from, you know? My whole family's politically aligned differently. Now, some people, and it's happened, I've heard a lot of stories, because their family is something else, they'll never talk to them again. I'm done with you. And that's you, but that's not me, and that's not my family. We're not like that. So, but anyway, I don't want to take away from the stream because it's like nonsense. Let me see. Oh yeah, I am going to tweet about it though. That I will do. Okay. What else do we have going on? Updates. Oh, a small plane crashed into a backyard. Unexploded Iranian missile lands in Syria. Oh, that looks like insane. To see this picture, let me show you guys. Look at all the smoke, man, and Beirut. It's crazy to see. Just give me a second. I'm gonna convert the picture, pop it up on the screen. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Wish you the best on your journey. Oh. All right. The missile, an unexploded missile. Well, this guy's kind of, I like to see this guy a little bit. He's always
Just wanted to say thank you, and I can tell we grew up in the same era by your songs you randomly sing. Smiley face emoji.
Thank you. Look at this. Imagine you just like come out of your house or you're taking your kid to school and you just see this rocket unexploded. Damn, bro. Oh, let me get the super chats too. Oh, there's more of them rolling in. Oh, Bama, thank you for the 15 months. Won't be missed. Thanks for everything. Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Appreciate it. Oh, Dan, thank you for the super chat. Stu, why are you telling us? Wait, hold on. Since we are telling you why we're leaving, I'm unsubscribing and cancel my membership. It was just weird. I don't know. The guy was around for a couple of streams. There's just some people that like you cannot, like if you say anything about the person that they support or voted for, like you're done or whatever, you know. Or if we even just show an article from some article, it's happened to me a lot of times too. Like I'll post a story on Facebook and they'll be like, they don't trust the news source. I'm like, okay, you can go search it here. You can go search it here.
Now
you can go search it there.
We love you just the way you are. Purple heart emoji. Purple heart emoji.
Whatever article it takes for you to believe, go look it up. It's there. The stuff that I've shared on there. Like I'm not making the shit up. You know, like, you can go look it up yourself. So weird to me too. Like I feel like when I see this place, it's just like reverse, like the timing, like it's nighttime and daytime, and like it's just weird. Another part of the world. Okay. Yeah, I think I might open X. Let's see what's going on in X. Sometimes, a lot of the times, you get the news there faster. What? Okay, the U.S. Central Command just posted. In a historic first long-range precision strike missiles, PRSMs, were used in combat during Operation Epic Fury, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. I just could not be prouder of our men. All right, let's take a look at this short video, but take a look at this. I wonder if I could just, I don't know, full screen it? Okay, full screen. Open source intel says IRGC continues turning schools into military bases. Wow. Let me show you guys. Gotta get my hands figured out here. Okay. They're claiming IRGC is turning schools into military bases. Is this true? I don't know. I've seen the claims going around. Or is it BS? Human shields? And what about that school that was shot next to the military base? That one I think it really was just kids though. But why would they take a building that was part of a military base and separate it and make it a school? That's just crazy. I don't know. Crazy. Oh yeah, I still have videos to show you guys too. I forgot. I had a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of stuff. Okay. Did that, we did that. Day 3. So it said many U.S. citizens are trapped in the Middle East. So this is a lady talking about how she's trapped over there.
What's up, y'all? Okay, I gotta give me a moment because I've been so stressed out. I done took off my little quick leave because I'm ready to go home. But it's day 3 of actually being trapped in Dubai. This is like my full 8th day though in Dubai. Today, y'all, is no better than yesterday. When we woke up, we was actually woke up by 2 explosions coming from somewhere. We don't know where it came from. But woke us up out of our sleep. The energy is just not where it is. It's gloomy outside, y'all. Like, I haven't seen sun all day. You go down to the lobby where we're staying. The lobby is full with people. The people trying to like help us out the best way they can. Some man was just saying like his daughter was sleeping on the ground. He really needs a room. So it's real tense here, y'all. Like, it's real tense. But they're doing the best they can. We don't have an update about when the airports are open. We even tried to get on a cruise, y'all. The seas cut, and the government is not paying for our stay. We literally have to pay to eat, to sleep, and to eat. Everything is coming out of our pocket. So cut that out, wherever y'all getting that from.
Wait, what? We have to pay for everything?
We on a cruise, y'all.
Better be careful what she says. You might get wrapped up too.
Here, y'all.
Lock you up for 2 years.
It's real tense. But they're doing the best they can. We don't have an update about when the airports are open. We even tried to get on a cruise, y'all. The seas cut, and the government is not paying for our stay. We literally have to pay to eat, to sleep, and to eat. Everything is coming out of our pocket. So cut that out, wherever y'all getting that from. That is not true. Another thing about like knowing this was going to happen, didn't know this was going to happen. I've traveled while Trump has been in office. I could have never guessed this. I've been planning this for 5 months, and I have been keeping up, and again, didn't see anything like this. So, you know, it is what it is. No one can predict what's going to happen. It just happened. But I do appreciate all the prayers and all the kind words. Even the people that's like been a little bit insensitive, hey, I appreciate y'all too. You know, you don't really know until you're in that person's shoes. And I just pray to God that no one that's comment negative ever gets in a situation like this, because you'll want that same grace that people are so kind to give us. So all I'm gonna say is just keep your prayers up. Watch the news, but don't 100% believe that, because they're not on the grounds, we are. And just, you know, just keep your energy up, just keep your spirits up. And like I said, if you know anybody that's trapped in the Middle East, be sensitive. Don't be insensitive, because we're already beating ourselves up on the why we did this, why we catch the flight, why. We've already processed all these emotions, so we don't have to get it back so tough from everybody. But I'll let y'all know if anything changes. I doubt it does. So yeah. Bye, y'all.
Yeah, okay. That was an update from somebody out there. She's actually live now? Really? Let me look. Yeah, I've been trying to find TikTokers out in these places, man. We're trying to find out who's out there. I followed 2 people so far. It's not kind of easy to find, apparently. I'm trying to find some people in Beirut. I mean, I think a lot of people go out there for the vacation. You hear all these stories.
15 days. Actually, my complex, they're real strict. They start putting evictions on the 12th day.
Oh.
Not 15.
We'll just listen for a little bit.
Yes, we're looking into flights. So, y'all, I told y'all we got a flight. This is a flight. We got a flight that went from Zurich to London. We didn't make that flight. And for all my people that was like, you need to get a visa, I got a visa. Well, ETA, I purchased one. I wonder if I'm logged in. Let me see if I'm logged in on my email on here. Probably not, but definitely went and did what y'all said. We ended up paying for it and got us one. So I don't want y'all to be feeling like I'm not listening to y'all. Like, I listen to people who make sense. Like, if this is making sense to me, that's fine. But I feel like a lot of people are kind of using this situation to be like, ha, 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 or I told y'all. Like, guys, nobody could have predicted this. Actually, I have a video of that as well, of the president of Doha. He actually got on CNN and she asked him,
So I followed her. We'll just keep an eye on her, you know, for updates or anything goes on. And we'll keep moving on with the updates. Let's see what else they're saying here. Okay, the IDF just posted a video and says, POV, you're a missile striking into Iran. POV. What a day and age that we're in, right? They're like, it's a war. People are being killed, murdered. And there's the social media elements. So we're, you know, there's a whole social media team around this stuff. We're chopping up the videos, posting to social media, Facebook, well, probably not Facebook, I don't know, X, maybe YouTube. There's a whole social media team behind. We got to make sure we post these war clips. It's crazy. Like, from the government. That's wild when you think about it. Breaking, Iran is launching missiles from its underground missile cities without launch pads or standard equipment. Virtually impossible to detect beforehand. Game changer. This is a random account. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, it's got a gameplay. We got to put that on the big screen. That is kind of cool. Wow. Pete Hegseth. Yeah, they're saying this is Tehran. Massive explosion in Tehran.
What? از اینجا میاد اینجا.
Jeez. Crazy. Yeah, the biggest thing so far, I don't know, I'm thinking so far today, this morning, is that ship that was sunk. All those people killed. The Iranian Warship. Post a little clip to Facebook. I mean, not Facebook, X. So they know we're live in case they don't. Sri Lanka. We gotta pull up flight radar too to see what the skies are looking like out there. All right. They're saying U.S. gas prices surge another 9 cents. Let me see. What's the gas? How much is the gas in my area? $2.84, $3.21, $3.40. Gas in my area. I didn't even know there was somewhere around me that had $2 gas. Well, $2.84. I think I should fix the audio that's making. I gotta fix that too, guys. I'll fix that. Yeah, $2.80, $3 and some change. Let me mute that because I can see it on the other side. What are you guys paying for gas? Is it expensive for you guys too? To me, the gas, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't feel like $3. It's kind of expensive. I don't know. I do a lot. Mostly I local drive. I don't really drive like far most of the time. I mean, I've done a few road trips, but everything's very, very local. I'm mostly home, you know, except for my daughter. So, but it cost me like 50, close to 50, I think, to fill up. I think 17 gallons. Let's see. I guess that's about right. Oh yeah, I guess that's about right. I don't feel like it's really ever changed. I don't know. No, I drive an SUV that's really shitty on gas. Man, if I still had the Honda Accord, that gas might last me like a month. Honda Accord. So they're saying gas prices surging 9 cents a gallon, higher 9 cents a gallon today. Over the past 2 days, U.S. gas prices have gained 20 cents, the largest two-day rise since March 2022. Somebody was telling me the other day, too, about Asian markets in South Korea. I didn't really understand what was going on, but they're saying their markets are being affected by this. It says on imports of liquefied natural gas from the Middle East, leaving their economies and markets particularly exposed. A huge crisis. Lebanese civilians struggling to access medicine during bombardment. That's what we're watching right now. This place, part of the place. People in Lebanon are struggling to access vital medical supplies. Sirens, a 34-year-old mother of two with type 1 diabetes, described the situation as a huge crisis. She lives in Beirut, Lebanon's capital. I just saw somebody's car driving down there. At the bottom of the screen. You see those cars? There's cars over there driving. There's cars over there. People driving and stuff. I can't imagine, yeah, if you have some type of medical situation and you live in a place like this, to go get your refill. Oof. Imagine. $5 Washington, $4 or something in Seattle. The highest price I've ever seen is when I visited California years ago. You paid $30 a month to charge the car. Oh, that's pretty damn good. How long does it take to charge a car, though? That's the only thing with the electric cars. I don't know if I have the patience to sit there like an hour or some shit. Or was it 30 minutes? Or it depends which car you have. Like the newer ones charge faster. I don't think I have it in me to sit somewhere 20, 30 minutes. 40 minutes? You can charge it at, you can charge it at your house too, maybe? Depends. One time I drove a hybrid. Like I was looking for a car to buy when I bought this one, and I don't know why. This Toyota that I went to, the dealership was horrible. Like I guess this should try to anything. They put me in a Corolla that has, it's like an SUV Corolla. I didn't even know they made that. Did you know that shit? They have like a SUV Corolla. You see? And it was hybrid. Which I didn't even know they had that either. I was like, what the hell is going on with this thing? And so I got in the car. The car inside was very nice. I was impressed with the inside of it. But when I started driving, I didn't like the acceleration. It just felt weird. It was like it was like a delay when you hit accelerate. Maybe you have to get used to it or something. Go to sleep. I just got on. What are you talking about? Mama's in the house. Let's see what else. Israeli. Oh, that was just recently. Israeli military enters villages in South Lebanon. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're on the ground over there. Let me just check real quick. So I want to check the map and come back. Let's see if there's anything going on here. $16 minutes ago. Exit. £7 a gallon in the UK. Oh, the Upside app? I've thought about trying it out. Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. So those are where the gas is all around you is cheap. Now it's coming up. Yeah, I'll check Reuters. Oh no, I don't got anything. Minnesota, Tim Waltz.
Have a listen to what James Cartledge said.
About submarine.
Shadow Secretary, when I asked him a little bit earlier about this, he said that he thought that it just wasn't fast enough, and he blamed essentially the state of defence spending. This is what he told us.
Well, it's way too late. I mean, this is an incredibly important capability, so we do want the ship
out there in the Middle East protecting our base on Cyprus. That's an incredibly important job, but I don't understand why she wasn't sent many days ago. Dragon is a Type 45. That is an air defense destroyer, incredibly important. It can intercept missiles that will be incoming to Cyprus. Hopefully that won't happen, but as part of her defense, she's a critical element. She should have been there days ago.
Is the reason she wasn't there days ago basically the state of defense and the state of the military in this country now, that they didn't have the capacity?
So we know at this moment the MOD is cutting £2.6 billion. In this current financial year, cutting £2.6 billion. And having been a defence procurement minister, I know what the pressures are like. The reason they need extra money is because they're having to penny pinch relatively small savings, for example, from reducing their operational footprint. So I had a written answer some months ago saying that they were pulling out of training outside of NATO areas, i.e., so for example, they wouldn't be in the Middle East. Now that's pretty significant, and I think they've paid a price for that already. So I do think the cost has come into this. It shows why defence spending has to be increased. I think everyone knows that, but for some reason the Prime Minister is very reluctant to give it the increase it actually needs, which would mean we'd have, of our current ships, they could be more available. We could buy the missiles to put on them so that they are better defended and they can do more to defend us. Above all, showing that leadership, which I do feel is completely lacking from the Prime Minister in this situation.
Now, the Conservatives have also been attacking the government for initially refusing to give permission to the Americans to use UK air bases in the Indian Ocean, in Diego Garcia, and also in Gloucestershire at RAF Fairford, to fly missions into Iran. That permission, of course, did come over the weekend. Now the Americans do have permission to basically fly defensive missions, to blow up missile launchers and missile depots in Iran. The logic there on the government side is that this would essentially benefit British citizens by protecting them from missile strikes. The Conservatives have been putting pressure on the government and saying that that should have happened earlier. What we found out today is that the US has not actually used either of those bases yet to fly missions into Iran, but Western officials expect US warplanes to arrive at both sites in the coming days, so it may well be in the days ahead that we start to see the first American missions going from those UK air bases into Iran, albeit in a defensive context, in order to blow up missile batteries and depots as well.
Okay. All right. All right, we're going to be checking for updates as they come in. It's early. It is early. Well, at least over here, it's early in the day. Been covering this story for a couple of days now, and it's been somewhat interesting, wondering where it's going to go. Nobody really knows, I don't think, where it's going to go. Damn. Iranian security. Ooh, okay, let's see what he had to say here. Iranian security chief asked Trump, does America still come first or Israel? Oh, shit. My brother. $87 bodies. I wonder if they have any pictures of the ship that was blown up or any like aftermath. Let me see. Thinking of Iranian warship was the first by a U.S. torpedo since World War II. Yeah, 87 bodies. One of this. Oh, is this pictures right here? This thing has to be listening to me. Well, let me see what this is. Overhead imagery dated March 3rd, 2026, yesterday, shows a massive hole in a burned out hull of the Russian-flagged liquefied natural gas tanker, part of Russia's shadow fleet sanctioned by the United States, which reportedly caught fire yesterday in the Mediterranean after being targeted by an unidentified naval drone. Bro, you guys got to see this. Who did this? Could it have been Iran, the U.S., anybody? Iran shot one of their own boats, I thought, or was it supposedly? I gotta look it up. I thought they shot one of China's boats. Ah. Dang. It's wild. Daily Mail posted an article and said 4 biblical signs the world has entered the end of days as U.S. bombs Iran. End of times. According to a quote from Jesus in Matthew 24:6-7, in the New International Version of the Bible, it says, "You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom." Another passage cited by commentators points to Ezekiel 38:5, which refers to Persia, widely understood to correspond to modern-day Iran as part of a prophetic coalition that will rise against Israel in the so-called latter days. Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them, and all with shields and helmets, the prophecy reads in part. The new interpretations come as the same podcast, Living Waters, warned that 2 major biblical verses appear to be coming true in June last year, with both predicting turmoil in the Middle East. The first of these apocalyptic prophecies revolved around 1 Thessalonians 5:3, written by the Apostle Paul, which warned that while people are saying peace and safety, destruction will come on them suddenly. Ooh. The second sign involved the nearby country of Syria and the prophet Isaiah, who said, I'm going to get butchered for this or killed for this, Damascus will no longer be a city, but will become a heap of ruins. The end of times. Iranian sleeper cells activated inside of America. Homeland Security bosses reveal. Was this? Oh, it was that one. Okay, it's actually a lot quieter in Beirut. I had Tel Aviv playing at the same time. The end of time. I mean, we always kind of talk about the end of times. People are always predicting the end of the world. You know, so many times too that like after a while it's just like, oh, it's just another. Or how many times they said a big meteor is going to come and destroy us all. I mean, it could happen, but I mean, how many times they say that's going to happen? Are you gonna lose your mind and never sleep? Oh. Lebanon arrests 27 people in crackdown on armed groups. The Lebanese military says they were illegally possessing weapons and munitions. It did not say whether the 26 Lebanese and 1 Palestinian were affiliated with Hezbollah. I didn't even think about that. I'm not sure. Okay. 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 All right. No, 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 no. I'm reading all my emails too. Oh shit. Yeah. Dude, your chat. This was, when did this send me? Oh, this was yesterday. Dude, your chat is rough tonight, bro. Mel, you've got a few sick pervs for real. Your member is truly a disgusting, hateful person. I spend money on your channel, and for saying my 12-year-old was what? He was lucky you don't live in Iran. I think a lot of us are lucky we don't live there, but and run into shelters. This person spent the chat trying to rip me apart. Well, if you see somebody with noob, and anybody can become a member, that's one. But two, if you see like somebody with the noob thing, which is the first level, a lot of the times people are just gifted a membership. You know, maybe they try it out, maybe they don't. Sometimes the trolls, the worst person might get a membership gifted. To the gods of YouTube might gift it to a person that's been horrible to everybody. So just be careful with that level, the first level of tier. Sometimes that people see, it doesn't, you know. Just like, look at the guy we just had earlier. You know that he had a first level tier too. Javier sent me some videos. I'm not sure what he sent here. One of them downloaded, the other one is not downloaded. Oh, this is the helicopter thing everybody was talking about. Let me see. Yeah, everybody was talking about this the other day. I don't know whatever came of that. That was in Texas. I gotta look into that. And then the other email. So, you know, sometimes I'll try to block here and there when I can. If you guys have to block somebody yourselves, go ahead and do it. But when I can and when I see it, I'll try. If somebody's like, if it's over the top, you know, I'll try to, if I can. But sometimes you might have to block them yourselves, you know. Okay, listen, because sometimes there's just a lot of problems that comes with like having mods and stuff, and it's, you know, it's just. Boom, boom. This was an interesting email. All this dish. Fox News reports that U.S. has identified remaining targets and will continue combat operations until they're achieved. I wish we had some cameras in Iraq because the place looked crazy. Some of the clips I've seen. There's a media blackout over there. Okay. What's the latest? Damn, bro. Well, let's look at this next. This is kind of, wow. This, okay, this, what the school topic, we'll look at that. Is that a helicopter? Helicopter, I think. Or a plane flying over. All right. So, an update to the school situation. The school that was destroyed, they're saying over 100 girls killed. It's numbers here from the Iranian authorities, 168. Well, apparently they've come out with satellite imagery to show the devastation of this place, which a lot of people are talking about this, wondering what is going on. Who shot this school? Elementary school in Manab. You know, I don't understand the thought behind taking part of a military base and put it right next to a military base and then making it into the school, but that's what this was here, unfortunately. From the left, elementary school. To the right, February 4th. The live tracker. Oh, here we go. Germany warns U.S. Israel. Germany warns U.S. Israel that military force alone won't resolve conflicts. Iran's government making case for demise with indiscriminate attacks, EU Kailash says. Yeah, I was wondering about that submarine. No pictures though so far. I don't know. MSTV says, Ikimel, do you think in your opinion that this will escalate into a bigger war? I honestly have no idea. I really don't know, and honestly, I don't even know. Don't let the experts know, because you know, even with the last time they did the bombing in Iran, they said it was going to be World War III. They're always saying it's going to be World War III, you know. So I don't know. I hope not, though. I really hope not. And maybe I should look into what happened with Venezuela. Like, what's the status check? I feel like nobody's even talking about Venezuela anymore. So they got Maduro, they got the vice president in there. Let's see who wants. Venezuela. Vice president took over. Placing the regime with the regime. Early March 2026, she's still acting as president. No elections or major power grabs by others. The situation remains fluid. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't know. I hope the best. I don't want no war and people needlessly, endlessly dying for what? Oh, you know what? You just reminded me too. I gotta find the lady that went off, the military woman. Well, she's not in the military. Her husband is. That conversation right now is happening on the Beirut Live. I don't know what they're saying. Oh, should I get the translator? I don't know if can I turn it on? Hold on. I don't know what they're saying. What language is that? You guys know? Is that Arabic or something else? Hold on. Translator was on this? Hold on. I want to know what they were saying. They didn't pay us. They didn't pay us. I'm going to assume Arabic. I don't know if everybody in the chat knows what that was. Oh, wait, there's an auto option. I can just leave it on. I think I can leave it on auto. No. Auto? Oh, auto detect. I can leave it on auto detect. I think it's Arab. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Swahili? And somebody said Levantine Arabic. Spanish. I'm gonna let the auto detect do its thing, and I'm gonna rewind it. I'm just kind of curious. Like, what were they saying? These are the people managing the camera out there. I mean, they're not getting paid, or what? They forgot to send the paycheck? Let's see. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Let me rewind this real quick again, and we'll play it again. There's something about where's the firearm?
لا كيف نحن حاطين يعني ما معقول نحن هيك نحطيها على الباب يا صاحبي وهو اخذ نحن عاملينها لنعمل بتفقوا انتوا كيف بدي اطفي انا وياه؟ طب انا اذا حطيت الكاميرا هون ليش حاطط الخيارات كلها له هون؟ يعني انت بينه وبين انت عم فيك منك علينا ها فهمت انا شو بدي اقول لك؟ لا انا بحكي اذا هيك لا بحكي إذا هيك لا بحكي ما كنت تساوي انتوا اصلا زملاء قبل ما تعرفوني بس فهمت شو بدي اوصل لك الفكره؟ ايه بس سكتت اكلت سلطاتك على راسك طب هلا ما في شيء هلا منيح انا ماني مضطر يعني حاط هون فهمت شو قصدي؟ بس هون هي محميه هون هلا بالشتاء القوي بريء ما في شيء محمي هون ايه بعرف نحن عملنا هيدي بتعرف انت اوكي لا بقول له هن عاملينها او هالخيمه انتوا عاملينها هلا بحكي خلص بكره تحكي بطريقه يعني انه يعني ليه كله هذا هو في زيح لهونيك وفي زيح لهونيك يعني بدنا نتعاون بكره جاي الشتاء بتعرف ان شاء الله نطول
That's it. I don't know what was going on there. I mean, I was reading it, but the translation is not going to be that accurate. But it sounds like something about a terror letter and what's going on and what are you going to do? I thought I saw a firearm too. I don't know what the hell is going on over there. They got to protect the camera guys, man. You said Iran missile attack? Not Iran, Iraq. Let me check. White House to host defense executives for talks on speeding up weapons production. Oh, I thought you said it was unlimited. Okay. President Trump has sought to project confidence in U.S. military capacity, saying Tuesday that there was virtually unlimited supply of U.S. munitions and that wars can be fought forever and very successfully. Earlier Tuesday, the president told Politico that the defense manufacturers are operating under emergency authorities to accelerate weapons productions. I mean, some of this stuff takes a long time to make, right? There's some of those planes. Lebanese president requests U.S. intervention to halt. Really? Whoa. Whoa. There's a tweet about this, guys. Oh, shoot. President General Anoun received today Bob Palace, the U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, Michel Issa, and discussed with him the current situation in Lebanon and the region. In light of the recent security and developments, he requested from him the intervention of the United States of America to stop the Israeli aggression on Lebanon. Wow. Because all of a sudden, a couple of days ago, one of them people, they put out a message that like for Hezbollah to stop, don't do any attacks, even though they're still doing it. They're like trying to separate themselves, and now they're asking for a little bit of help and stop these attacks. This is a crazy ass thing, bro. Look at this interview. I saw this yesterday. I can't even, like, some of the things, it's like hard to even, like, let me show you this. Dubai, it says Dubai chaos leaves Instagram models and escorts stranded. Well, the caption dubs it as escorts. You guys tell me what you think. Or the person that typed it. Maybe I'll do the big screen.
Travel chaos in Dubai with several Instagram models and escorts reportedly.
Yo, escorts! Oh my gosh.
Travel chaos in Dubai with several Instagram models and escorts reportedly stranded. Tourism expert John Bernard joins me now. What is the feeling there right now in Dubai?
Thanks, Jane. That's right. With recent travel restrictions, many escorts and IG models have been left stranded here in Dubai.
This has got to be fake. But that is a real news station. 9 News. I wonder if they just put that about. This is really a thing?
Looking for a way out. The question now is, which country will most likely take in these escort refugees? Early signs suggest Las Vegas is preparing to take some of them in. Melbourne is also in the mix, particularly with the F1 currently underway. And we've seen a noticeable surge in one-way flights to Miami. Many of these women are currently unable to update their Instagram highlights and unable to charge 500 AED an hour. So it remains a developing situation.
There's no way that's real, man. Can't be. All right. Wow. Influencers stranded in Dubai. I mean, there's a lot of these big people that go out there. A lot of influencers go out there. Dubai influencers. Lives of luxury interpreted by Iran strikes. Dubai influencers interrupted. It was an Instagram reel. I think this guy's the original source. Let me see. I think this guy's the one. He did a good job. That shit is funny. Let me see. I think it's this dude. Let me see. Sound? Oh, it's muted.
Oh, in Dubai.
Thanks, John.
You see, I think that's the guy right there. Comedian. That's him. Yeah, that's funny. Look, you see how easy it is to find? Most of the time, it's easy to find stuff. It doesn't take that long to go look something up. But that was pretty funny. Ooh. Crazy, yeah. That is crazy. So, the army, who is this? I don't even know who this is. trying to understand it. It was written in Arabic. It's who is this? Let me see. Official Lebanese army account. Okay. What a time we're into. All these people have military people got army accounts and stuff. I mean, I guess it's, just the way to communicate now, right? Social media. I'll take a look at that, Southern Girl. Thank you. It says here, in light of the continued Israeli assaults on various areas concurrent with the incursion in Israeli forces into Lebanese territory in flagrant violation of international resolutions and a breach of Lebanese sovereignty, and following rocket and drone launch operations from Lebanese territory, the Army Command affirms its ongoing implementation of the political authorities' decisions in the manner that upholds the supreme national interest. Okay. In this context, the Army Command continues coordination with the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, and the Oversight Committee for the Ceasefire Agreement Mechanism to halt the Israeli assaults, while military units carry out the repositioning of some border points within the sectors of responsibility designated for them, given the limited capabilities available, and apply exceptional measures to maintain security and prevent armed manifestation in areas. Within this framework, Army checkpoints detained 26 Lebanese nationals and 1 Palestinian in several areas over the past 2 days for illegally possessing weapons and ammunitions. These units have also reinforced their deployment along the eastern border in coordination with relevant Syrian authorities. The Army Command calls on citizens to adhere to the directives of the deployed units to ensure their safety. The first time ever, the motherfucker go ahead and did a siege operation and arrested some people. Okay. Thank you so much. No drama. Thank you for the super chat. Says, man, you're the best. Lunch on me today. Thank you. Gracias. I'm going to get myself a little energy drink and use the restroom, so I'll be right back in a few minutes. Let's see, do we have live now with Fox? So we have upcoming later the White House, a press briefing. Let's see what they're saying here. Let's just Christy know. Christy know. $1 o'clock. Let's see what they got here. Oh, they're showing this crap. Okay. All right. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes, 3 minutes, couple minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay. Live coverage. Somebody told me it was kind of hard to read this. I don't know. I guess. Like that, maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. I feel like that middle part needs to be bigger. All right, all right. Okay, I'm back. Reset, recharged, I guess. Let's see. Mel, you're the best. Lunch. Oh yeah, thank you again. That was really kind to you. I really appreciate that. Well, they gave out a notification 4 minutes ago. My alerts thing is not working. Let's see something. Let me just double check. Did you guys see something pop up on the screen while I was gone, or no? I'm gonna take a quick look. That's crazy, bro. 900 people left. Anytime I stop and get up and go do whatever, people leave. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Okay, yeah. I wanna be able to get these alerts, man. Real-time alerts. Oh, it did. It actually did go through. Oh, while I was gone, there was a couple alerts. Okay. It's working. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Some of it still needs to be translated, though. Okay, I appreciate that, because I was about to start working on it again. Alerts are working. Nice. You wouldn't believe how hard it was to get that. I literally have a VPN, not my whole connection, just a specific thing that's going out to Israel to be able to connect to the website to get the alerts, because it's only allowed in Israel. Like, they don't accept the connections from Israel. Pretty wild. There we go. Let's see what's going on. Where are we at? Terrorist infiltration. Can we look at that? Oh, I gotta fix this too, this command. This command is not working. No. Implementation line. Let me look at that on the map. Haifa. Way above Haifa. What was that? Oh, I should do that too, I guess. That'd be kind of useful. Have a little map up, probably. Oh, I see. I wonder how many of their army there is, and how many people they have. I mean, at some point, all these people are getting killed. The commanders, the supreme leader, the former president, or whatever. Who's running the show over there in Iran? Oh, gosh. Tehran resident gives harrowing account of rescuing 3-year-old girl from destroyed home. A resident in Tehran described rescuing a 3-year-old girl from a destroyed building in his neighborhood as the U.S. and Israel continue to strike Iran. We were awoken at 11:30, and my father walked and saw the front door that had been ripped off, and our home was surrounded in smoke. He said after they stepped outside, they saw their neighbor's home was totally destroyed. The man said the neighbor had 3 children, a boy, a girl, and a newborn. He said that his father saw the little girl, and together they were able to pull her out. Lebanese. Yeah, this photo is so crazy to me. The one where it's like an unexploded Iranian projectile.
Epic fury continues. We're going to continue to, of course, follow all of these major
1 o'clock is the White House. Tusi's live. Tusi TV. We'll listen to a little bit, see what's going on over there.
From the former. Hang on, let's just double check. Where are we with there? We will go back to Israel shortly because I think there will be more situation. Farah Pahlavi has said that Iran's future should not be decided outside of its borders. International support should go directly to the people, not geopolitical calculations. And she is absolutely spot on, because at the end of the day, it's no one's business which democratic leader the Iranians decide to pick. The US Embassy have now told Americans to leave Iraq now. I don't know why they're there, but if you're an American, in Iraq, get the hell out immediately. But yeah, I mean, it's really up to the people in Iran, and nobody can call themselves president or king randomly. There will be a referendum on the constitution, and people will decide. There's a total blackout right now in Iraq. Something.
That's the thing. Yeah, a lot of people keep asking, you know, why isn't there? Can we see Iraq? No feed, no live feed, no whatever. Total blackout. There's nothing.
Major is happening right there by the IRGC. We'll keep you guys posted later on when we get more updates. But on this issue, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as well is released a new video statement talking to the Iranians, especially those outside of the country. Let's go and see what he said.
هم‌میهنان عزیز خارج از کشور، تلاش و حضور پرشور شما برای حمایت.
Okay, we'll come back to that guy right there then. After that. Yeah. Oh, they're covering live. I'm surprised. What are they saying about this? Are they finished? Let's see what he had. He was on for a little bit.
Everyone joining us on our social media channels, Fox News Digital, all over on X, on TikTok, Instagram, you name it. Thank you for being here as we follow Operation Epic Fury, now more than 100 hours into this operation from the United States and the Israeli forces that are attacking and really decimating Iranian forces even at this hour. We're going to start off with just giving you guys latest breaking news as we get it. It is changing every second. We'll start off with what we're now hearing from the State Department. There are plenty of people here who know somebody or know someone who knows someone who might be stuck in the Gulf region, in those Arab nations neighboring Iran. The State Department wants us to make sure that Americans in the Middle East contact their consular services by contacting them and letting them know where you are so that they can potentially help you get out of there, either by charter flight, commercial flight, or even on a C-7 military aircraft. They are trying to evacuate Americans from those neighboring countries, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Oman, in those areas. So right now, they're asking that Americans call 1-202-501-4444 so that they can help you get out of that area. Again, that's 1-202-501-4444.
Everybody's trying to get out.
The State Department says that 17,500 Americans have been safely brought back to the United States. Not all of those have been put on planes by the State Department. 8,500 Americans have returned to the United States from the Gulf region yesterday alone. So obviously, as Iran continues their retaliatory attacks against civilian targets in the Gulf region, particularly in the UAE, Dubai, that area, they are trying the best they can to get Americans out of there. And they're not obviously disclosing much more information from a security standpoint. But again, they want to get Americans out of there. The latest news that we are now getting as well from the operations being by the United States was really this morning in that press conference by the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and General Dan Caine, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he said ultimately that they both said that this operation is both decisive and devastating, that these attacks will continue for however long they deem fit, and that they believe that this is going to happen at their pace. This will happen. They said that the United States has total air superiority over Iran. The Iranian Navy has effectively been decimated. More than 20 Iranian ships have been sunk, including, for the first time ever since World War II, an Iranian ship taken down by a torpedo from a United States submarine. Again, the first time that has happened since World War II. They reiterated the three major tasks here from the United States. Also, in terms of the leadership in Iran, that has been a big question here. There was an interview today on another network in which they made clear from Iran's perspective that there is not a new Ayatollah in place. There was discussion that perhaps the new Ayatollah that has been chosen to replace Ali Khamenei would be his 56-year-old son. That is not confirmed yet. The Iranians themselves say that they are in the process of choosing their leader. But if it were to be Khamenei, that is the 56-year-old son of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And the funeral for the Ayatollah Khamenei has been postponed. It was supposed to happen later today. That's been postponed. There are 3 days of mourning happening.
Imagine they bombed the funeral
in that country. And the reason why it's tough to get information, by the way, out of Iran is because Iranians right now are living in fear. There is a near 100% blackout, according to an independent watchdog, of the internet in Iran now for over 100 hours since this operation started. Less than 1% connectivity of the internet in Iran. And we do know, though, from reports on the ground that there are besieged paramilitary forces that are going around and essentially threatening Iranians not to go out and participate in anything that they deem as being pro-American. In fact, I'll read you a quote from one of their judiciary chief today, who said, quote, "Those who say or do anything in support of U.S.-Israeli airstrikes," he threatened them. He said that they could be met with death. And so that is the reality of what's happening on the ground. An internet blackout. You've got the Iranian regime doing everything they can to try to hold on to power. There is a temporary council of 3 members who are leading essentially what they call the Assembly of Experts to choose their next cleric, their next supreme leader. And again, right now it looks like Khamenei's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, is the favorite, but that has not been chosen yet. In terms of, we're getting some, Khamenei is the favorite, but that has not been chosen yet. In terms of, we're getting some of your questions. How much defense capacity does Iran have left is one of the questions we've received. It's a good question. According to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, they don't want to get into munitions counts from the United States perspective. In other words, they don't want to talk about how long we think we can be in this based on munitions, but they have made clear that we can be there for as long as this takes, and they're going to decide and dictate the pace. But if you think about the numbers that we were given today by General Dan Caine, they were really striking.
Oops, I didn't realize I hit the button.
Number of attacks from Iran, ballistic missile attacks, in
Don't
the
keep me
last
around
4
buttons.
days has decreased by 86%. The number of one-way attack drones used by Iran against the United States.
Yeah, I would think about that too, man. If they like shot him at the funeral. All right. Let's see what else is going on. I mean, I was looking at some of the updates, the live updates coming in, and they kind of just reiterated power outage hits all of Iraq. The electricity ministry said Wednesday the national power grid has been completely shut down across all of Iraqi provinces. The cause was not immediately clear. Officials said crews were working to restore the power stations and transmissions. Outages have already hit the semi-autonomous Kurdish region after a key gas field halted operations over security concerns. Iraq's oil ministry also said Tuesday it stopped production at a major field in Basra. And it says here, Lebanon's health ministry, cited by a UN children's agency, said Wednesday that 7 children were killed and 38 injured in Israeli airstrikes across the country in the past 24 hours. Not only that, they go on to say nearly 60,000 people, including 18,000 children, were displaced in the last 24 hours. Think about that, man. That's like the damage. Nobody really talks about that too much, like the displaced kids, families. What do you think those kids are going to grow up to be like? And who do you think they're going to hate growing up? Right? Okay, they're saying Turkey has prepared plans for possible migrant flow from Iran. Interesting. Turkey has drawn up plans to deal with potential inflow of people fleeing the war in the neighboring Iran. Preparations include possible buffer zones along the frontier and tents. There was currently no unusual movement at the 3 border gates along the Iran-Turkey border. Speaking in Ankara, Sitfi said 3 contingency plans had been drawn by authorities managing any potential migrant flow. Creating buffer zones along frontier if movement cannot be stopped, and letting people into Turkey under controlled conditions. Is a buffer zone like a safe word for, like a nicer word for saying border? Like a border or something, or what? I mean, they already have a border. I'm assuming it's boarded up or whatever. I have to see. I'm actually curious now to see what the border looks like. Let me pull it up. A border? What? I want to see what it looks like. We need to get a visual. Gotta have a border. A lot of places have borders. I think the only place that's wrong to have a border seems like America. You're not allowed to have it over here, but they got it everywhere else. It says they do have a physical border. Much of its frontier with Iran. It's not a full wall like U.S. Mexico went everywhere, but heavily fortified. Let's take a look. I want to see what that looks like. Turkey, Iran. Yeah. Oh, okay. They got a little. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, they got a little something. Yeah, they got some type of. Got some borders over there. Listen, Israel looks like Gaza? Really? They got a wall, man. Surprise, surprise. F-18. Iran launches more missiles towards Israel. F-18. I haven't heard any sirens or nothing. Maybe they ran out. He said Israel looks like Iran, but they have a live feed. You can see what Israel looks like. You can see right on the live cams. I mean, they have restrictions though, I guess, but you can see the city. I mean, I don't know what the other parts of the city look like. This is Tel Aviv. They've shown Jerusalem. But they don't want you recording now. You're not supposed to show it on live feed. The missiles or whatever anymore coming in, or the interceptions. So now if it comes in, it's on camera, they turn the camera down. It's interesting to see how controlled. You know, they say the media is so controlled over here, but like you can really see like in these places how controlled. You know, they shut down the internet, they cut the power. You're nobody's allowed. How is there only one person streaming this shit? The only person allowed, right? Like, isn't that crazy that they can control that? To tell you what you can and can't, even the reporters you can and can't put out. All right, let's take a look at Mario because he's posting a lot of stuff. You got a full 24/7 team over there. Actually, he's live.
It will not be a multi-week operation that leads to an objective of complete regime change and nothing other than that. That's my biggest concern. And I think even the concern of other Gulf nations that are allied with the US that don't want an influx, even Saudi would not want Iran to be another Syria, because that's just going to lead to instability in the entire region.
Those are valid concerns, absolutely. But what you're watching is a tectonic shift in geopolitics, the biggest moment of change since the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Soviet Union. Like, it's that big. Iran is we don't have to keep going over it more and more, but I mean, for 47 years, it has been the exporter of terror, tyranny, horror, bloodshed all over the world, right? So everybody has gotten used to how do you manage this problem? And, in management, we would say there's two different ways.
Okay, Layla sent some clips. This is supposed to be, what is it, Iraq. The drone debris landed in, Erbil. No, this one over here. Oh, it's actually Erbil. That is Iraq. Air defense systems intercept projectile over Erbil. Oh, yeah. The way Iraq's getting hit. It's pretty wild. Let me show you some of those clips. Iraq. Whoa. An hour ago? I don't even know what this person says. Caine, Israel Public Broadcasting? Reports of powerful strike in the city of Tyre in southern Lebanon.
غارة بمدينة صور. غارة بمدينة صور.
This is the other one. Okay, let's see. Drone debris landed in Erbil's 32 Park neighborhood, lightly injuring passerby and damaging homes. Wow. Turn that down a little bit. Goodbye. See what else. Air defense system. Air defense system intercepts projectile attacks. Wow. I guess that's all we can see out of there is like 5-10 second little clips. People are posting. Reports say footage shows a CRAM defense system failing to intercept a missile attack on an American base. Oh, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, man.
Say that, bro.
Oh, damn, bro. Man, I know there's going to be misses, but... Wow. C-Ram. Yeah, man, it's a complete blackout over there. I'm gonna show you guys some more videos. If we can, there we go. I think I got one picture, one of the submarine thing where they're, I guess they're pulling them out. See? A torpedo fired a submarine, fired by a U.S. submarine at an Iranian warship. Oh, I guess that's like the bodies or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'll show you this picture. This one here, let's take a look. This is they are saying total blackout in Iraq. Total blackout.
الكهرباء بس ماي حبيبه بالسحب شغل. كل حلوه صار هواي ما طافي صار سنين. شعور حلو. ماكو شي اخوان لا هاي الغربال هسه ترجع. طبيعي ترى.
Gotta be eerie. An Israel strike in Tyre, Lebanon reportedly hit power generators and solar energy network, leaving several people injured. Let's take a look. Chuck Schumer. Let's see. He's. I guess he was in front of. In front of Congress.
Well, the last thing the American people want or need is another war in the Middle East. But if you listen to Secretary Pete Hegseth's press conference this morning, one thing is crystal clear: America is at war. In his own words, Hegseth said, quote, "We are just getting started." You hear that, America? Pete Hegseth says another war in the Middle East is just getting started. He says more of our sons and daughters will be shipped off to fight in a foreign land. More of our taxpayer dollars will be wasted abroad instead of invested at home. Hegseth also said, quote, "We are accelerating, not decelerating." Hegseth said, more bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. What is Hegseth talking about? Are we putting boots on the ground?
Oh, please, no.
Are we depleting our strategic munition reserves? Is there a time limit or limit to our engagement in Iran? We have no clue, because Hegseth is more interested in sound bites than explanations. And Hegseth said, quote, "Death and destruction from the sky all day long," unquote. This is not how an intelligent, prudent, sober-minded military...
Oh, then he went there and said sober-minded. Yeah, he didn't have to go there, man. Come on, Chuck. Chuck. You didn't have to go there, Chuck. Okay.
To accomplish, this is not how you conduct foreign policy.
Okay, all right, that was Chuck. That was Chuck. They're saying that Iranian cybersecurity officials are telling citizens to delete foreign social media apps because Israeli intelligence could use them to access data and run influence campaigns.
امنیت سایبری کشور.
That's crazy. They don't want them to see what everybody else is saying. They don't want the truth out there. Let's see.
فرماندهی امنیت سایبری کشور در اطلاعیه‌ای از مردم خواست شبکه‌های اجتماعی یا پیام‌رسان‌های خارجی را غیر فعال و یا حذف کنند. فرماندهی امنیت سایبری کشور در اطلاعیه‌ای از مردم خواست شبکه‌های اجتماعی یا پیام‌رسان‌های خارجی را غیر فعال و یا حذف کنند. بر اساس اطلاعیه شماره 2 فرماندهی امنیت سایبری کشور با اشاره به اینکه دشمن به داده‌ها و اطلاعات شما مردم در پیام‌رسان‌ها و شبکه‌های اجتماعی خارجی دسترسی دارد، به هموطنان توصیه شده با غیر فعال کردن یا حذف این برنامه‌ها دسترسی دشمن را محدود کنید. در این اطلاعیه همچنین تاکید شده تیم‌های سایبری موساد در حال توزیع نسخه‌های جعلی به روزرسانی برخی برنامه‌ها جهت نفوذ به شبکه و تمهید حمله سایبری هستند. فرماندهی
All right. I want to find that lady that was like pissed so I can find her. Active duty service member wife. Oh, here she is. Is this her? Oh, she even posted her own video. Nice. Oh, yeah. The source, I think. And then I think she went to do her interview, too, on somewhere else. TMZ. I think she went on TMZ. All right, let's see.
Heroes may be lost, lives of courageous Americans.
I wonder if you saw that clip of what the other day we were talking about with the gold and the curtains and stuff.
Lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
If you voted for this, I want you to know that I hate you. I mean that. I hate you. And that's not just me speaking out of fear or sadness as the spouse of an active duty service member, although I am profoundly sad and incredibly terrified right now. But I still mean it when I say that if you voted for this, I hate you. And if you know me in real life and you're watching this and you're shocked because you're thinking to yourself, well, I voted for this and I know Kendall and I know that she couldn't possibly hate me. She knows me. I want you to know it goes for you too. In fact, not only does it go for you too, I hate you twice as much as the strangers that voted for this. And you are delusional. If you think that you get to look me in my eyes and tell me that you care about me while actively cheering on the man who made it very clear from the very beginning that he would happily send my husband, my soulmate, to die in a foreign country. This is monstrous. It's monstrous. They struck a school building. More than 50 little girls are dead this morning because of the man you installed in the most powerful office in the world. That's on you. And I don't know how you're going to live with yourself with that knowledge. Probably an unhealthy dose of delusion and lack of empathy for anyone else on this planet. But I can say that I don't have to live with you. I don't have to have you in my life. I don't have to have monsters in my life. And at this point, if you're still supporting this administration, you're a monster. You are a monster. You are irredeemable trash. And I do not care. The one thing I will say, I apologize to my mother for any shocked and upset phone calls she gets.
You shouldn't even mention your mother. Now they're going to call you mother. Why even mention? Nobody was thinking about your mama. Why are you bringing up your mother?
From people in my hometown about this video, but
you tell people don't call, they're going to call. What? Hello? Oh, yeah, I forgot to say yes. Oh, yeah. White House press briefing.
I'm not sorry for making it because I want you to know. I want you to know how deep my hatred for you runs right now if you voted for this. You.
Damn, yo, she is angry. You can tell she's upset. She has an active service duty. I guess her husband. It was a post that went viral and somewhat controversial. Ooh, what's that? Some people were saying that she shouldn't have done that, you know, because her husband's in the military. But I don't know. So she woo. And there was supposed to be, I think, a follow-up because I think she went on TMZ. Of all places, TMZ. I kind of think I feel like I'm going to buy a monitor or something just to have the chat up somewhere else. Here's the TMZ. She went on TMZ.
Is your husband okay with this risk?
So she went on TMZ now, doing all these interviews. Now you can tell she did more makeup this time. TMZ. Exclusive interview with the makeup, the lipstick. You can tell a little difference this time. You keep talking about this.
And obviously you're upset about it. Is your husband okay with this risk? And obviously you're upset about it. It's very clear you disagree with President Trump's decision to start this attack. Do you know how your husband feels?
He's also not happy, and I will say more than any other decision that any commander-in-chief has made in his entirety being in the military, more service members are being vocally upset about this than we've ever seen before. And
he's probably just like, yeah, baby, I'm upset. I'm out of here now. I got to go do my thing. Got to go serve. He's probably like, thank God to be away from her. You thought she like runs the house probably, but
I think the thing that people have to keep in mind is that it's one thing to accept taking on risk to protect your country, but it is very obvious to a lot of service members and a lot of military families that this has nothing to do with protecting Americans. This has everything to do with distracting from this administration's dismal performance at home.
And remember, though, it's all a distraction. Nancy Guthrie, everything's all a distraction. I was gonna say she has some valid points. Like I can understand, I can imagine, like somebody, you have family in the military, and then you're going over here to Iran, and like I could understand from that point. I mean, there's validity and all that stuff. You know,
what we aren't okay with, what my husband isn't okay with, is risking their lives to serve that distraction. I think the administration needs to make sure they get their story straight before they expect anyone to.
And you see her face too. You can tell this is really about Trump, really. But I don't think when you join the military, though, I don't think you have an option. It's not like a tally of like, all right, guys, we're gonna do this, and let's get your opinion. The chain of command. You're supposed to, serve. I mean, I guess you're giving orders. You don't have to like it. You can disagree and all this stuff, of course. But you're signing up. And I get, it's a distraction. Everything's a distraction. But some people, I feel like every story that comes out is a distraction. It's just something people say. I don't even know if they know why. What are they distracting from? I guess she's trying to imply maybe the Epstein files.
To serve that distraction. I think the administration needs to make sure they get their story straight before they expect anyone to buy it, given that they've come out, they've said this hasn't been about regime change, then it was about regime change. Ted Cruz went on the news and said that he did not see any evidence that any sort of Iranian strike was even a possibility, much less imminent. So I think it's very clear that they are lying, and they're saying whatever they can to
nose ring alert
to get Americans on board with this. And I just hope that people do not fall for the propaganda and do not fall for. They need to understand, not just this administration, a lot of administrations hide behind the idea of you have to always support the troops.
Okay, that's I have everything in the background. They're rounding up for Defense Secretary. I can mute it for now, and we can put it on the small screen for now. It was funny. So yeah, they're supposed to be having a press briefing at the White House. So as soon as it starts, I'll unmute it. Shelter in place. So let's get back to some of the breaking news. Shelter in place, they're saying, has been issued for a U.S. embassy in Baghdad. Tells Americans in Iraq. U.S. embassy, shelter in place. Latest breaking news. I don't know why these people are still out there. Maybe I can't leave them. I guess that's your job. That comes with it, I guess. I wonder what that's like, working at the embassy. Does it get stressful and shit? Like, how do you go home after and like chill and shit? Like, thinking people are gonna kill you or something, huh? Maybe in that case, I'd wear a mask. I never wear a mask. Maybe that I'll wear a face cover. Something, Air rocket in Yifta. I want to get a map so we can just start pulling it up. Let's take a look at this stuff. Hold on. A quick look. Oh. I wonder what the yellow means. Like less risk? Okay, let me get let's see how we can do this. Let's see. Got an idea. Oh, I don't know. Damn. That was 3 years ago. Okay, never mind. I'm scrolling and the first thing I see is family's iPhone burst into flames while charging overnight. It's 3 years ago, but Interesting. That happened to me. All right. I saw those alerts. Then it changed. The color changed to blue. I gotta find out what those colors mean. Oh, maybe the threat's like going away. It's over or something. I'll look it up in a bit. That's it. Okay, okay. EMZ. Yeah, shelter in place. It was time to say stop to Iranian establishment, Belgian foreign minister. 22 minutes ago, reports new missile barrage launched against Iran. India denies claim that U.S. Navy using its ports. Oh. There's being claims made on OAN, a U.S.-based channel, that Indian ports are being used by the U.S. Navy are fake and false. They're pushing back on that. They're saying that more than 17,500 Americans returned home from the Middle East since February 28. Wow. Mass influx. Some of Trump's base feel betrayed. Yeah, there's some people that are very upset. And I understand. Some people are really upset. You know, no wars and all stuff. Some people are, you know, what's his name? Nick Fuentes says he's voting, even though he doesn't vote apparently, but he said he's voting Democrat next. He said this whole situation has changed his perspective. Sure. Just closing out all my extra windows just to get a little more organized. We're waiting for her to speak. Ma'am, your husband oh shit. Black Lake, your husband signed up along with us other combat vets knowing he could be sent to fight at any time. Godspeed to your husband. You're a disgrace to his service. Well, that's the only thing. I mean, I don't know. I saw some people saying that maybe she shouldn't have, because he's in there now, you know, but Qatar says it was targeted by Iran, rejecting the claim that it was aiming for U.S. interests. Global insurance industry awaits details on Trump's plan to offer backstops. Crazy times, man. Oh yeah, I saw this too, that Israel warned the next supreme leader will be a target for elimination. Yeah, if I'm rolling with these people, I'm not interested in being the next one. You might have to wait a couple times. Let somebody else take the job. I come and strike you too, you know? Press room is packed for the White House briefing. Yeah. Let me tweet that out. White House briefing. We're getting ready. So Caroline has to say, or yeah, Caroline. Kamikaze drone. Packed. This is probably going to be interesting. Yeah, it says in recent days, President Trump and Secretary Marco Rubio and other senior administration officials have all addressed Iran. But this will likely be the longest exchange yet between the press and the White House on war. Okay. All right. You drop my link over there. Let people know we're live. Boom, boom. Repentance for your sins. Repent. Fascinating.
فرماندهی امنیت سایبری.
Oh yeah. Huge, man. Wow, so much support and love. Anyone thinking we shouldn't do something to Iran that's been yelling death to America should go over and help Iran. Bodies will not be accepted back. We're waiting for the live updates. There's going to be this press briefing. It's probably going to be intense. Maybe. Maybe we should update the title. Maybe, I don't know. Update the title. The ship, the command ship. Sirens sound across large parts of Israel. Oh, what I'm gonna do is keep these lives ready to go. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. We're not gonna kick these down. Okay. Just wanted to isolate the sounds. Live view of Haifa's coastal skyline. You got that? Oh, you got off. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll leave it on here for now. Very low volume. One thing with this feed, you can hear somebody talking. Before they were so quiet. All these couple of days they were quiet. Now it's like you hear people talking, yapping in the background of the feed. Pink Tiger, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the support. Let me see. Let me read it. Thank you again. I wonder if I got this tablet. Like, do I really buy a monitor just to see the chat? Or do I pull up the chat on the tablet with the camera on the side and then I can read and watch? I don't know. You think the feed is looping? Which one? This one? I've watched it. It's not, well, it was daytime. You can see different things happening throughout the 12 hours, you know? I guess maybe... No, I'll do it bigger once they start. So the super chat... Intense. It looks like it's a building. Put it right there. Maybe. I'll put a thing on the wall, but then I'd be like looking like this much. Where is Nancy? I don't know, man. I wish I knew. Yeah, she's missing. I wish I knew. I hope they find her. I wish I knew. I knew. The whole case is strange. Doesn't make any sense to me. Yes. Let's do this. I'm gonna update the title. Put out some fresh information. Okay, and then let's see one more thing. Should be starting soon. Should be starting soon. Rewind. Brute feed. UFO across the sky. Read super chat. Super chat. Mel, what is being said on the Lebanon rooftop? Said? What is being said? Oh, right now. Oh, I don't know. I could have opened it up earlier. As long as they were mumbling about something. You got the drugs? No, I didn't get it today. We need more drugs. Just kidding. Okay, hold on. Are they arguing or something? The audio has to be clear. I can try to turn it on just to see a little bit. It's already on, right? Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see if it picks it up. I don't know if I can make out the audio. It has to be like clear audio.
لا هذه ليلى حدث اليوم ما بعرف انا ما كان انا وكنت على الدرب كل شيء بكريم حدث لا ما اعرف صابون وين بالحدث صابون وين بالحدث قريب
I guess. Yeah, I can't make it out much. It has to be like, from what I was reading and the instructions and stuff, it has to be like clear audio. You know, kind of, I guess it's hard for it to decipher it. There's definitely more chatter today, though, over there compared to the other days. There you go. Amazing.
نزل شيء
على فكرة المسير لو بتشوفوا فوق السراي
Just updating some information here.
أي ساعة ضربوا الأوتيل؟ 4 بدي سمعك هلا فويس، جوزي عنده بيقولوا له زبونة عنده بيعطيك له بالصوت بيقول له
Now they could probably make it out.
بدك تطلع في اوتيل اسمه كونفورت اول حزميه والاصحاب اللي بيعملوا لك زار تمام بالفويس ايه 4 إلا ربع الصبح صارت هي الضربه هذا بالليل كانت قويه؟ ايه قاعد على سمعنا الصاروخ ها؟ سمعنا الصاروخ طلعت عافيه انا قال لك كيف قاعده؟ هذا فات بالدفايه وفات الحكي ليه مش تتاخذي لهون؟ لا والله لهون يعني مش 6 غارات 6 اعتداءات نفذها أجهزة إسرائيلية على الضاحية الجنوبية ومحيطها لهذا اليوم. أوله كان عند 4 فجرا. أنا مليت ما كنت وقت شو بدي معك؟ 4
Oh, there she is. She's coming. Coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, the rogue Iranian terrorist regime is being absolutely crushed. 47 years of tolerating and enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Oh. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. I
didn't know they took people hostage, 66 people hostage?
They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. And this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat.
1979. Thank
Some,
you.
like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash that ultimately financed this terrorist crusade against the United States and our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle in this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment where the specter of a nuclear armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear objectives to the American people on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number 1, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raze their missile industry to the ground. Number 2, annihilate the Iranian regime's navy. And so far, we have destroyed more than 20 Iranian ships, including their top submarine last night, using a torpedo for the first time since World War II. There is not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Number 3, Operation Epic Fury will ensure the regime's terrorist proxies in the region can no longer destabilize the region or the free world and attack our armed forces. And thus far, Iran's proxies are hardly putting up a fight. Number 4, this mission will guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. It's safe to say that thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success. American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. As the Department of War said this morning, we expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours, clearing the skies for our brave warriors to continue achieving these noble and long sought-after objectives. There's been a lot of misreporting and intellectual dishonesty from the American media on why President Trump decided to launch this operation.
Went out strong.
So let me remind you, Operation Midnight Hammer, which took place last June, obliterated Iran's 3 major nuclear sites. Yet the terrorist Iranian regime has remained fully committed to rebuilding its nuclear program. How do we know this? Because Iran has pursued this path of war and violence despite President Trump dispatching 2 of his top and most trusted negotiators to engage in exhaustive and good faith negotiations to try and reach a deal. And the world knows this president's preference is always peace and diplomacy first. Look no further than the 8 additional global conflicts he has ended in the past year as proof. Unfortunately, the terrorist Iranian regime refused to negotiate in good faith. They chose this path of violence and destruction, and they are reaping the consequences of their horrible decision. The regime did what they always have done. They lied, they delayed, they tried to string the United States of America along. They wanted to buy themselves time to continue building ballistic missiles and other deadly weaponry that could harm our U.S. personnel and troops in the region, and to continue aggressively pursuing their unacceptable nuclear ambitions. U.S. negotiators offered to lift crippling sanctions on Iran and even provide nuclear fuel to Iran at no cost to support a civil nuclear power program. They additionally had the opportunity to accept U.S. support as an investor in potential projects to develop peaceful nuclear energy together under a mutually agreed upon framework. Yet in response, Iran would have to forfeit their enrichment capacity once and for all. But Iran rejected. They accepted none of these generous and unprecedented offers by the United States. Simply put, they refused to say yes to peace. And their refusal made clear that their #1 priority was building a nuclear weapon with which to threaten the United States of America. Again, the country they have been chanting death to for nearly 5 decades. Let me state this again clearly. Iran rejected the path of peace because the terrorists in charge of this regime wanted to build nuclear weapons to use against Americans and our allies. President Trump made the determination, a courageous determination and decision, that the path the United States was on with Iran had only one outcome: massive death and destruction at the hands of a nuclear-armed terroristic regime. That path of death and destruction and threats against the American people have ended with Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury has forged a new path that will better ensure the security of the United States and our people. The terrorists made a bet that President Trump would be like many of his predecessors, that he would just talk and he would refuse to enforce his clear red lines. But that has proven to be a catastrophic error in judgment. When President Trump makes a threat, and I have reiterated that threat many times from this podium to all of you over the past year, President Trump does not bluff. The president's words are backed up by the mightiest warriors in the world who possess the most sophisticated capabilities this world has ever known. 49 and counting of the most senior Iranian regime leaders, including the supreme leader, have already been wiped off the face of the earth. Make no mistake, killing these brutal terrorists is good for America and makes the world a much safer place. I want to also extend our prayers and condolences to the families of the 6 U.S. military service members who have been lost in Operation Epic Fury. These heroes represent the very best among us. They laid down their lives in defense of our country, and we will never forget their legacy or their sacrifice. As the president said, we grieve for these American patriots and their families as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. President Trump intends to attend the dignified transfer of these American heroes to stand in grief alongside their families. I understand the Department of War is working on scheduling this transfer, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. Finally, the Trump administration is also doing everything within our power to protect Americans in harm's way. Since the launch of Operation Epic Fury, more than 17,500 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East, with over 8,500 American citizens returning home to the United States just yesterday alone. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East looking to return to the United States, the Secretary of State asks that you please register with the State Department at step.state.gov. The State Department will identify where you are and provide travel options directly to you. The administration is already rapidly chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available as time goes on and the success of this mission further comes to fruition. I know the President and Secretary of State Rubio have been in touch as well with our allies in the region directly about this problem, making it clear that it is a priority of the United States of America to bring every American home. The Trump administration will not rest until every American is home safely and until the terrorist threat from Iran has been completely destroyed. With that, I'll take your questions. Eric, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here. As you mentioned, Iran's regime, its leadership has largely been decimated. Do we have a sense right now of who is actually calling the shots in Iran? And we're also hearing reports that the Supreme Leader's son may be named his successor. Do you have any more information about that? I just had a quick follow-up as well.
Sure. We've seen those reports as well, of course, and this is something that our intelligence agencies are closely monitoring and looking at. The truth is, we'll have to wait and see. The president has said repeatedly that the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are the 4 military objectives that I laid out for you previously: to destroy Iran's navy, to destroy their ballistic missile capacity, to ensure their proxies in the region can no longer harm Americans, and to also ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon. As for what comes next for Iran, the president has said, of course, it's a good thing for the United States to want freedom for the Iranian people, and ultimately we hope that freedom rests in their hands.
Muslim nations coming under fire as well. President Trump's vision for the region has been to bring the Arab and Muslim nations to the table together. Abraham Accords, obviously, with Israel. If this regime topples, could we see a new day in the region and really a new Middle East come out of this when the dust settles?
Well, the greatest deterrent to true and long-lasting peace in the Middle East has always been the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. And our Arab and Gulf partners in the nation admit that, as well as, of course, our close friend and ally Israel. We have seen all of the Arab partners in the region come together during this time on the phone with President Trump, many of them commending him for this bold and brave action to protect American troops and our bases in the region that are housed in many of these Arab and Gulf states. And I know that many of these regional partners are contributing their air defense capabilities as well: Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and the president continues to be engaged with all of them. Welcome. Garrett.
Also to Bill Hubermy. Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and that he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike the United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years, or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. For the second choice there is unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision in its entirety.
And then on the way the public is viewing this, we were sitting here last week, I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does, and I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as president, and also for the past 40 years of his life. This is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And the president tried peace through diplomacy, exhaustively and extensively. He and his team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination That peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still 6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been more done in advance of the strikes to try to get those Americans in the region resources and information to get home before day 3 of the war?
How are you going to do that before?
There was many signs put out by the State Department, and I wish that everyone in this room would report on them. The Secretary of State issued level 4 travel advisories dating back to January for many of these countries in the region. On January 14th, the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia advised personnel and Americans to exercise increased caution and limit non-essential travel to any military installations. On February 11th, the U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs shared a list of countries with level 4 do not travel advisories. You can't be much more clear than that. Do not travel to these following countries. On February 23rd, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon ordered non-emergency government personnel and family members to leave Lebanon due to safety risks, and we helped them do that. On March 2nd, the State Department urged U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon immediately. With respect to Iran, on February 27th, the Secretary designated Iran as a state of sponsor of wrongful detention and stated no American should travel to Iran for any reason. And again, on February 27th, the U.S. ambassador to Israel warned Americans to leave Iran, and they provided travel advisory alerts through the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So the State Department was all hands on deck on advising extreme caution and do not travel alerts to Americans in the region. With respect to the Americans who are still in the region now, again, the State Department is asking that they register at the website so they can directly identify you, and we are actively and rapidly working to charter flights. There is some commercial flights that are taking off intermittently from these countries, and we plan to get Americans on board as quickly as possible, again, free of charge to them. And we have some additional measures that I think will be announced in the coming days. Again, I can also reiterate from the president's perspective, this is something he's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home, and we will do that, and we will not rest until every single American is returned home safely.
Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home. With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need to start those Navy escorts in the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people? And also, because Spain is a member of the EU, does that at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo with that?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear, and it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military, and so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain, but the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought-after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy here at home, of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of Energy, that is led by Secretary Burgum, has been long working on and well in advance. Yesterday, President Trump announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price for crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the president said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the president's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday there wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly. Given how critical the president has been of the chaotic evacuation from Afghanistan by the last administration 5 years ago, Why wasn't there more of a focus on evacuation plans from the Middle East that could have been at least put in place ready to go before the strikes this weekend?
Again, I just laid out for you that there have been plans in place and that the State Department has been very clear to the American people traveling within this region not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified the number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
Americans who called the State Department hotline as recently as last night were being told, we can't help you, you have to make your own plans.
Well, the line was updated, and I expect every single person in this room to report on that accurately, so that information can be relayed appropriately to your audiences and to the American people. I think as journalists, you all have a responsibility to let them know that the line has been updated accordingly with the proper guidance.
I'm trying to get out of the country.
Because I saw many people in this room very quick to do selfie videos with the line yesterday, but not so quick to report on the corrected message today. So that is something the administration quickly worked to address, and we have fixed that problem. However, we're also pointing to people to the website, again, to register so that we know exactly where you are. So when there are commercial flights moving into that area, when there are chartered flights moving into that area, we can get Americans on planes as quickly as possible.
Do you have any details on how many charter flights have been able to get out of the region so far?
We need some private flights. Talking about commercial flights. By the time commercials available, it's too late. I go myself to the airport.
With Americans on board?
I don't have an exact count for you, but I know that
I need
we're
a
working
team,
on
a private jet. Let's go. We got all this money we throw away all the time. Fly a private jet over there. The military, get the helicopters, get the B-2s, fly, get a designated space. You got a whole ass country over there. You can land people, whatever, right next to it. I guess it's a safety thing, though.
Flights, as soon as we were doing it yesterday, we're doing it again today.
I haven't ranted in a while,
you should not expect us to detail exactly when these flights are taking off for obvious reasons. The Iranians have shown that they are not going to hesitate to target civilians in the region, which is completely intolerable. But for safety and security reasons, we're not going to be broadcasting when flights full of Americans are going to be taking off, obviously. Danny.
At the top there, you said that the Iranian regime is being absolutely crushed. Can you explicitly say then whether or not regime change is a goal of President Trump's operation?
The goals of this operation have been made very clear, Danny, and the president has said them in his speech when he launched this operation and released that video in the middle of the night to all of you and to the world. The stated military objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: eliminate Iran's ballistic missile threat, destroy their naval capability, disrupt missile and drone production infrastructure, sever their pathway and end their pathway to nuclear weapons. And I can report, as you all saw from the Pentagon today, that thus far this operation has been remarkably successful. Again, we're moving towards complete and total control of Iranian airspace. We have continuous 24/7 strike operations ongoing. We've had more than 2,000 targets that have been struck. Nearly 2,000 munitions have been employed. The first 24 hours of this campaign were described nearly as twice the scale of the 2003 shock and awe campaign. And we've seen that the enemy, the Iranian rogue regime, their retaliatory strikes against the United States and the threat reduction has reduced significantly. If you look at the Iranian ballistic missile launches, they're down 86% from day one levels. So while the United States military continues to increase its complete dominance over this rogue regime, they are weakening day by day.
Regime change is not a phrase that you would want to use.
Again, Operation Epic Fury, I just detailed the goals and objectives of this very quickly. But obviously, as the president has said numerous times, do we want to see Iran being led by a rogue terrorist regime? No, of course not. So any day the United States of America is taking out a terrorist is a good day for our country and a good day for our people.
So, given that point that you just make about the United States wouldn't mind seeing the government overthrown, certainly President Trump has talked about wanting to see Iranians overthrow the government. Has the president considered at all kind of how he views a U.S. role, if any, in Iran post-conflict?
I think it's something the president is actively considering and discussing with his advisors and his national security team. But again, right now, the focus, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, is on ensuring the quick and effective success of Operation Epic Fury. Sure. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile.
I don't even know who's speaking because I wasn't looking at you. You can ask a question and then I'll go to you.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile. President Trump posted on Truth Social on Monday that the U.S. still has a good supply of weapons, but that we're not where we need to be. What does he mean by that? And does President Trump then want to ask on Congress to pass a supplemental to increase funding for missile interceptor systems like the ones being used to defend U.S. bases in the Middle East from Iranian missiles?
I don't have any updates for you on congressional asks from the president. As you know, under this president, we have significantly increased our defense budget, which is a good thing for the United States, for our national security, and for protecting our homeland. With respect to munitions, ammunition, weapon stockpiles, the United States of America has more than enough capability to not only successfully execute Operation Epic Fury, but to go much further. We have weapon stockpiles in places that many people in this world don't even know about. However, the president in that post was pointing out that unfortunately we had a very stupid and incompetent leader in this White House for 4 years who gave away many of our best weapons for nothing, for free, to another country very far away by the name of Ukraine. So the president was pointing out how that was an unwise decision, but nevertheless don't doubt the strength and the might of the American military. And I will also add, President Trump has rightfully been calling on defense contractors in this country to rapidly and aggressively produce American-made weapons because they are the best in the world, and the president always likes to get things done as quickly as possible, and so he's been quite vocal in his efforts to try to speed up our defense industry to protect our homeland.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used, if they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation of that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the President that is on the table. Sean.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda. So I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something that these armed forces do. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Prior to the Iran conflict, the SAVE Act was really the focus of the news cycle. Is the SAVE Act still a priority for the administration?
Absolutely.
Could you just provide an update on the administration's talks with Congress to get the SAVE Act through?
SAVE Act is absolutely still a priority for this president and the administration. The focus, of course, of much of the president's time right now is on ensuring the success of Operation Epic Fury, but the president can walk and chew gum at the same time, and he's very much continuing to focus on the issues that matter here at home for the American people, including the passage of the SAVE Act, including on bringing down the cost of living, which is why you'll see the president in about an hour and a half at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Roundtable, where he will be sitting with big tech companies, with AI companies who are building in communities across the country and have pledged to pick up the cost of the electricity tab in these small towns and communities across the country, which is a great thing for American consumers. So you'll be hearing from the president directly on this very important domestic agenda item later this afternoon, and it's something that he mentioned in his State of the Union address. So check it off the list as another promise made and kept by this president. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, I just wanted to get back to Danny's question. So those four objectives that you read out do not explicitly include regime change. If those objectives were achieved and the Islamic Republic still existed, would that be an acceptable outcome?
It's a hypothetical question that I'm not going to engage in. Again, right now, the President and the Commander-in-Chief are focused on executing the success of Operation Epic Fury, which we are already doing so in a very tremendous and impressionable way. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. The Trump administration reportedly is considering arming Kurdish forces in the hopes of inspiring a popular uprising in Iran. Can you comment on that report?
I can comment on the fact that the President has held many calls with partners, allies, and leaders in the region, in the Middle East.
Trump's going to lead the rebellion?
He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern
That's how
Iraq.
they do it, huh?
But as for any report suggesting that the President has agreed to any such plan is completely false and should not be written.
President Trump was saying yesterday that he's okay with someone from within taking over in Iran. He spoke about how Venezuela he saw as a successful model where Delcy Rodriguez took over and had a better relationship. Iran's President Pezeshkian, he took office in 2024 as a relative reformer. He's part of a 3-man council now replacing the supreme leader. Does President Trump see him as a potential successor who is more pliable?
Again, that's another hypothetical, and I haven't spoken to the President about this specific individual, so I don't want to get ahead of him on any assessments that should be made.
Thank you. Yesterday, the President acknowledged that oil prices will be a bit high. As for gas prices here in the U.S., what is the admin doing right now to counter that? I mean, should they skyrocket? Is there a plan to help, Americans right now with those higher gas prices? And then a second question. On the rash that was on the President's neck, the White House physician said it was a preventative skin cream that he was using, but why is the President using this cream? What are they trying to prevent with this cream?
To your second question, I don't have anything additional to add to the physician statement that we provided to all of you on those questions, but I know the statement said that the redness on the neck will dissipate within the next couple of weeks. To your first question about oil prices, thank God we have a president who has exuded American energy dominance over the past year, an administration that is wholeheartedly focused on keeping prices stable as best as we can. Of course, this operation is temporary to protect the homeland, but crude oil prices did fall yesterday. They remain stable today after the President announced steps to ensure the stability in global energy markets. Again, those include the DEC offering reasonably priced political risk insurance and the potential for the U.S. Navy to provide protection for the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. It is the President's belief and his economic team's belief that the economy continues to be very strong, it's robust, and will be able to weather any of the temporary impacts of Operation Epic Fury. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Just to follow up to that, the timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe for oil tankers to transport their oil through the strait, what is that timeline, and what can the President do to speed up that timeline?
I don't want to commit to a timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the President, and this is, again, something they're monitoring, and if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait. Sure, in the blue.
Thank you.
You're not in blue, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess you are, sort of. I'll go to you after.
You had mentioned about the commercial aircraft being used for the evacuations. What about the use of military aircraft? Would that happen in conjunction with that or subsequent to?
That is something that is definitely underway, and of course we're going to use that in conjunction. We want as many planes, whether they're chartered, commercial, or military, taking Americans out of the Middle East and returning them safely home. So yes. Andrew, go ahead. You're welcome.
You listed a long list of grievances against the Iranian government, going back to the takeover of the embassy in '79, barracks bombing in the '80s, etc. But no one from the administration has laid out the imminent threat that was supposed to be taken care of by this. And the rationales offered by, say, Secretary Rubio, the President's National Security Advisor, said that the threat was retaliation against American interests from Iran after Israeli strikes. The president says it was his own feeling that Iran was going to attack. Why is it that across the administration you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this? And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason that he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the President's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, based on the fact that they were rapidly and aggressively building up their ballistic missile program to give themselves immunity within their country alongside their navy, so that inside their country they could continue to create nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs, which would of course pose a risk to Americans in the region and even Americans one day here at home. And then another point on this is the President found that through these extensive, exhaustive, failed negotiations with Iran, that they were hell-bent on death and destruction. So again, the President was not going to be just another president on a very long list who sat back and stood by and passed the buck of this direct threat to the next administration. The President had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, was going to strike our assets in the region, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury based on all of those reasons. And I would like the media to actually report on all of them, rather than just picking sound bites from one person in this administration and saying, oh, they're contradicting the other person. No, again, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made by the President's feeling that Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region, and he was not going to sit back and watch that happen. The determination was made that the President was going to strike first alongside Israel, and that has obviously been proven to be the right decision and an effective one at that. Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A two-part question for you here. First, has the President spoken with the family members of those U.S. service members that were killed? Second, given what you've outlined throughout this entire briefing, I mean, the United States has sunk a bunch of Navy ships, we've hit all of these targets. What can Americans expect the goal to be moving forward now that the U.S. has accomplished all of this? What is victory, given we've even taken out Iran's supreme leader? That was an explicit goal.
Again, victory will be determined by the Commander-in-Chief once the goals and the objectives that we have repeatedly laid out are fully realized. Again, we just, in the next few hours, will be achieving that dominance over the skies, which means the United States military will be raining missiles and weapons down on Iran to hit these specific targets that have been identified as crucial to take out by the Department of War. Sure, John.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Has the U.S. posture changed in regard to a nuclear North Korea, given the latest strikes on Iran and the fact that the stated goal is to make sure that Iran is not a nuclear country?
I don't have any change in position with respect to North Korea today.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. There's been reports that Ali Khamenei's son has been elected as the next supreme leader. Does the administration think that he is a part of the same regime as his father? Would they like people in the country to rise up and get him out of
There's
power?
reports he's been elected or that he's assuming to be elected. One of the likely options.
Pardon me, what was that?
That he's one of the likely options or that he has been elected. Okay, so we'll wait to confirm until someone actually is elected. Caitlin.
You just
just mentioned that the president is going to attend the dignified transfer for these families. Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members? No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what these... Secretary Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed. That's not what the Secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the Secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not... We've never had a Secretary of Defense who cares more... Drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad. Yeah, as you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service members under every president. The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact. Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them, to connect with them, and your network has hardly ever probably reported on that. You also had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman Caine, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the Secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please, that's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that. We expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact. I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make the president look bad. If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage is not negative of President Donald Trump, I think the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well. Go ahead.
I missed it, huh?
Thank you so much. On the school strike, back to that for a minute. I understand that the U.S. does not target civilian infrastructure. That's what you said. Can you say that there's any evidence right now that it was not a U.S. strike? And then also, you didn't mention Israel in that. Is there any assessment about Israel's potential likely role in that, if at all?
Again, the Department of War is currently investigating this matter, but again, I will reaffirm that the Department of War and the United States Armed Forces do not target civilians, as does the Iranian regime, who kill and execute their own people. Christian.
Two separate issues, Caroline. First, what can you tell us about the military operation in Ecuador?
This issue was going on.
And then secondly, is the president considering invoking the Defense Production Act to boost munition stockpiles while we are in this conflict?
It's not something I've heard the president consider, but as you know, the president has been in a pretty direct correspondence and public correspondence with defense contractors, asking them to aggressively speed up their manufacturing of American-made weapons, which again are the best in the world. With respect to Ecuador, I would point you back to the statement released by the U.S. Southern Command on March 3rd. Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations. These operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. And together we are taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror, violence, and corruption on citizens throughout the hemisphere. And on that, I would also add that this weekend, I'm pleased to announce, the president will welcome the heads of state from 12 nations across our Western Hemisphere in Miami, Florida on Saturday. The point of this newfound Latin America summit is to promote freedom, security, and prosperity in Tobago, and maybe some others as well. And the president will be speaking with the leaders of this country who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States but the Western Hemisphere, which remains a key and top priority of this president. Thank you very much, everyone, and you'll see the president yourselves in an hour.
Thank you, Caroline.
I switched up the internet because the main one was messing up, so I jumped to the backup. Had I seen it earlier, I would have done that earlier. You heard all those shots firing? Yo, what's going on? we doing? Yeah, I didn't realize the internet was messing up. I feel like the moment I get up, it's like shit starts either going crazy or I miss something. I'm gonna have to get like a porta potty next to this computer or somebody. Whoa. I need a porta potty. Shots going off. Wow. This is crazy, dude. Allah. In a little bit, I'm gonna come back. I'm just gonna hit the highlights when she was snapping. Look at that. You see the shots fired in the air? Whatever that was? Yo, it's war. He said Ikemel? What is it? Ikemel. Switch to the backup internet. See a picture? Back up to the big screen. I think we're just going to listen to the background for a bit. The flashes? I don't know. I saw here to the left. I heard like kind of shooting. Like I saw something shooting to the sky. Send this to myself. Man. Spicy. Caroline, man. She came in with the heat. I could tell she was ready when she first started talking. She came in with the heat, firing. Check for some updates. She was spicy. She was. Whew. All right, let's see. White House says it doesn't target civilians. That's what she said. Doesn't rule out that U.S. bombed the Iranian girls. That was what the guy wanted to. He wanted like to be able to get a clip or say something. But you confirm that you don't know whether you hit them or not, bro. He also said White House has more than enough weapons to wage extended war. Yeah, they were coming under scrutiny for the evacuation plans because she was saying, well, you know, they were trying to say, like, oh, could you give the citizens some more warning or something? How do you give them warning, though, without letting them know you're going to attack? Crazy, man. Oh yeah, I gotta check out that website too. See back some interesting website. Alexandria says, I dropped a clip in Discord of what she said is going to happen in the skies. Oh yeah, I wanted to thank you. Remember you mentioned in the chat, I didn't get to hear that part.
Again, we just in the.
What she said? I want to know what she said, man. Let's see. I guess we can do a whole screen, maybe. Let's see. Let's see.
Again, a victory will be determined by the Commander-in-Chief once the goals and the objectives that we have repeatedly laid out are fully realized. Again, we just, in the next few hours, will be achieving that dominance over the skies, which means the United States military will be raining missiles and weapons down on Iran to hit these specific targets that have been identified as crucial to take out by the Department of War.
Woo. I see it was like buffering for you then, I guess. My connection. Raining missiles. Stooge, thank you for the tents. It's been kind of quiet. Time to put up a poll so you can dance for. Oh my god. Oh. Quiet, there's bullets in the background. Maddie's here. Alright, what's up, pimpins? There is 100 pounds of duck food in front of my house right now because I forgot to cancel auto ship. Believe it or not. Fuck, 100 pounds. There was like a discount they were offering, so a few auto ships. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll cancel. That's how they get you. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna do all this shit. Jesus. I'm literally logging on to cancel right now because I was like, oh man, I wasn't supposed to do that. Website's like lagging too. It's just not even letting me cancel it. What the hell? It's not even working. The website won't work. There we go. Yeah, 50-pound bags each. I still have the bench presses out there. I ordered the bench press, guys, by the way. I'm going to start working out. I'm going to put I got to build it, though. That's the shit. I'll probably be there for a year before I build it. Cancel auto ship. Yeah, I don't ever want to auto. No. I'd rather pay the $10 extra or $5. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh shoot! I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. No, oh yeah, if it was Amazon, I would do that too. Thank you. But no, it was Chewy. You know, Chewy.com for animals like pets. Pretty good prices. I ordered it on there. And I forgot about it. I mean, I'll use it, but it's not, I don't go through it that fast, you know. Oh. Huh? Oh, did you? What happened? Oh, still muted. I believe that's gunfire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, definitely is gunfire. Wow, you see the shooting? Look at that. Whoa. Yo, somebody tell me what kind of, isn't that like that's an anti-air thing or something? Isn't that interesting? That's like, I think that's anti-air. Check that out. Look at that. Did you see it in the distance? Some shots there fired. Is that anti-air or is that just somebody shooting on the ground? Wow. Have you guys been noticing that? Tracer? Anti-aircraft rounds? C-RAM? Oh, that's a C-RAM. Damn. Wow. And these people that are in this place, they're just like chilling, like it's whatever. This building. You hear like a family talking in the background, you know, just going on. That's pretty wild, right? I guess I'm thinking the only thing I could think is you just get like numb being out there and just everyday life. Wow, man. Not a bad idea. Good work. Science. Technology. Is it good or is it whack? They got the TV going on in there and everything. They don't even care anymore. Oh, fake Tux is reporting that Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched military offensive into Iran against the Islamic regime. You take that. Massive Israeli strike on Lebanon city. I-24 News, okay. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. You guys remember? Man, yeah, you gotta start watching me every day, because every time I like, you remember, and people don't remember, or they weren't here. There was a live stream where we had talked, and I mentioned, it was during we were talking about Nancy Guthrie, and there was this Ukrainian businessman that his son was kidnapped, and there was a kidnapped video that was put out. And everybody said it's bullshit, and everybody said it's AI, and everybody said it's a distraction, blah, 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 blah. Check this fucking thing out. Look at the screen, yo. Look at the screen. Severed head, limbs found in body believed to belong to kidnapped son of wealthy Ukrainian businessman. That shit's crazy. Crazy, crazy, man. Holy crap. I remember that video. The video was kind of sus, you know. I mean, look, he had black eye. Damn, they even put the picture of the body parts blurred. Damn, that is crazy. I won't try to find the video for you guys too. That just threw me for a loop. I forgot I was supposed to look at. I know we'll be looking at the fake this. That is so crazy, man. Well, I'll find the clip. You guys seen the video in the chat? Let me know yes or no if you've seen the video. Fake this news. Yeah, Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran against the regime. That's interesting. What's interesting about that is they were asked, like, supposedly Trump was like supporting these people to like overthrow the government allegedly. So it's like, oh wow, is that true? No, yes, no. I think we'll do a replay. I'm gonna pull it up because I can clip it for the other channel, and we'll just do two birds, one stone. I'm just kind of shocked. I'm taken back, man, because I remember that video, and it's not just about like, oh, remembering the video, but I remember how everybody dismissed the video and was just like, oh, it's fake. No, man, no, it's not. You know, like everybody's just, it's AI, and he's not crying, and all this shit. What was the guy? And there was a whole history. We talked about it too. Like the father is like some allegedly like a criminal and stuff. He's in the underworld. They took his son, and you know the whole thing with this is that the chick was like posting on social media, some type of influencer. We're here in Bali. These chicks will get you killed all the time. I tell you, these chicks will get you killed. We in Bali having the best time. It was right around Valentine's Day. I'm gonna do a replay. Oh, wait, is that they did another drop video? This is crazy, dude. Do we have time to do this real quick? One's 2 minutes long and the other one's 3. We can do this. You guys are gonna have to bear with me, right? Let's see. Hopefully there's man, we lost a lot of people anyway. Maybe we'll start a new stream after this. I don't know, we'll see. A fresh stream. Okay. Let me just cue it up real quick. So we're gonna have this on the side. We'll have, yeah. There we go. And now let's get the video up. This is insane, dude. I just can't believe it. Apparently there was 2 videos. I didn't even know that there was 2. There's another one. There is another one. Okay. So this is the supposed businessman, supposed gangster, kidnapper. He was kidnapped allegedly in Bali. Everybody thought this video was fake. Everybody. And now they're saying a severed head, limbs found in Bali, believed to belong to the kidnapper. I mean, to the kidnapped son. I beg you, help me, please. You stole those 10 millions, which they asked for. Return these 10 million, please. I will return everything to all those people from who you have. And they were saying supposedly that there is some type of, a lot of people allegedly were scammed by this father. A lot of scamming, a lot of crazy underworld stuff. I will give back everything back to everyone. We're guilty. They already chopped off some of my limbs. And people were saying no, they painted that on. People were saying that like the son maybe wanted some money, and so he made all this up. I have a broken legs, broken rib, punched rib cage. I'm already on meds. I have no limbs. So he showed this here, and people were like, oh, but he didn't show enough, and people didn't believe it. You know, just like, oh. An infection will soon start. I'm just dying. I ask you very much. This is very serious. This is a very serious organization. Please help me. You and none else. No one can find me. Neither mafiosos, no one. I was already taken to another country. So he was in Bali with his girlfriend, his influencer girlfriend. She's over here posting around Valentine's Day. We're in Bali posting pictures of him. Maybe a lot of people speculate and believe that's how these people found where they were at. Bring me home. Please bring me home. At least like this. What is left of me at the moment. Please settle with these people. They need $10 million, which we stole. As soon as these 10 million are received on their accounts, they will immediately let me go to the position where they took me. I beg you, please settle me when I find freedom. I'll give you everything back to a penny. I'm thinking this is maybe not the best translated, but I'll work for it. I will give everything back, please. Settle with these people is very important. Very serious organization. No gangsters will help you. No cops, no one. Please help me. I ask you very much. I believe these people. Do not communicate with anyone else except these people and me. And their wallets. I ask you to very much pay. Settle with them, because I'm just gonna die. They can give me freedom and health. I ask you very much, help me. He's like done. And then at this moment, I think that he's like, oh yeah, I forgot I'm supposed to. They made him hold up like a newspaper with the time and date. I think that was his part. Forget to add, I'm getting really bad. Today's the 19th of February. Please help. In the coming days, they can send a video already with the severed head. Severed head. They will do it. Please, I beg you. I don't know if he cut it short. I remember there was a part of the video where they made him hold up like, oh, I forgot, and he made him hold up like a piece of the paper. Now there's another video apparently. I never even seen this. Hold on, there was another one that came out. It was another video, and here, this is what happened. They said that his father allegedly was part of like some phone scams, but like big time, making a lot of money. I even looked it up, and so this is where the 10 million comes from. They saw was stolen from the Ukrainian scam call centers that targeted Russians. I started doing scam call centers with, he names these people. Which will scam citizens of the Russian Federation. This guy effed with the wrong people for a long time. His father, for a very long time. Shooting scam looks like this. Operators call citizens of the Russian Federation. They introduce themselves as bank security services and offer to transfer funds to a safe account. Me, along with Ermac, were the owners of this call center. We earned 50% of the revenue. Naming names. Earning 10%. Roof and safety were derived from mafia protection. For us, his service cost $15,000 a month for one office location. For others unrelated to them were provided by Narcy. The rest of the protection was provided by employees from SBU. Ukrainian FBI. What? And now the head of Odessa's administration. Oof. Ten % for each employee. Network of call centers is active. Called Nines. They putting out the name, the leaders. This is that, I think. No. Bro, that's just so crazy to me. So insane. So insane, bro. Because I mentioned this the other day, and you know, I read a little bit about his father. The father has like an interesting history growing up, and now they're saying this. I guess apparently it was real, and the father had messed around with the wrong people. A lot of people, I guess, have been screwed over, and people thought this was fake. I thought it was maybe fake too, possibly. But the father must have known it was real, because I remember reading he never responded, like, publicly. He didn't say anything publicly, and I guess these gangsters don't deal with this shit publicly. And the police never said anything publicly. And now he's dead. But that's the thing about some of these rich people. Some of these rich people, man, like, if it was me and it was my son, and I have millions in my bank, you don't think I'm just gonna throw that shit, pay the shit, hope I get my kid back? No, not everybody's like that. If I have expendable money, you don't think for my kid or for my mother, here, take this shit. I'm not gonna bring that money with me when I die. Take the shit. If you really got them, take it. That's wild to me, dude. Wow. Shit, there's probably gonna be a lot of heads rolling now. Woo! Damn, man. Damn, and that chick, what's up with the girlfriend, man? The girlfriend, did she set him up purposely or what? I went to her Instagram and I couldn't believe I seen all those posts. I saw all those posts and she's on there, yeah, I'm here, talking about love and something and posting pictures of them. The thing is though, man, scamming though is a dirty fucking job. It really is a dirty job. You really gotta have like no heart. I mean, they rip people off, they destroy people's lives and stuff. You know, but they mess around with Russia and some Ukraine stuff. Naming names. These people won't pay shit for their own family and just rolling in the money. It's crazy. Rolling in the money. But I guess that maybe with that life you deal with situations differently. So I mean, not only did they kill this person's son, humiliated them with the kidnap videos, and then discarded their body to be found publicly like that. And there's a picture of the body. I mean, it's blurred out. They did that kid dirty, man. Dirty. I think I'm going to set up my little tablet over here with the chat so I can put the other stuff over there. It'll be better organized. Jeez. Ooh, okay. Beautiful. That's wild, man. I really didn't expect to get any update on this story. I always thought it was like mysterious, strange, but it stuck out to me that the girlfriend never posted again. I was like, oh, like, is it real? Are they pulling off a hoax? It's like these days you just don't. Everything's fake. You don't know. Everything's AI. Serious. I mean, some people have had like their life savings completely stolen, you know what I'm saying? Like taken from them. But some people might not really feel sympathetic. Something flying in the air there. Stream buffered. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. Oh yeah, the stream's messing up again. Oh no, what are we doing? Why? Let's see. I wonder if it's switched back. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. It's just pooping. Let me switch it back. On a tough internet day today. Maybe we switch it back. Hopefully it's okay now. It actually got okay after I switched it, but we'll see. Internet day. Maybe everything needs a reset. The internet's tired of all this. The girlfriend, see, he was out with I'll look into it. I thought the girlfriend and somebody else, a friend of his, got away, which that's kind of sus in itself. I'm going to look into it. That's a good question. Okay. Peace. Alright. I am going to look into it. Let me find out. Oh, yeah, Kurdish paramilitary forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran. Didn't like America too? I forgot who it was. Didn't they get some people to try to overtake Cuba from other people? And Kurdish forces, man, they getting paid. How much we're going to get? Yes, I'll do it. Yes, of course. You can trust us. That is interesting. I'm gonna, yeah, I gotta finish setting this up and then I'm gonna start showing you guys videos. see. All right. There we go. Ooh, shit. Okay, connected, baby. We connected. That is wild. It's awesome I can do that. Oh no, it's too small. Oh, that's better. Alright. All right. Anything I want to do is lift it up a little bit. So, oh, the kidnap thing, Igor, the guy that was killed, was abducted February 15 while on a scooter in Jimbaran, Bali. It was a coordinated attack by men in vehicles. He was taken to the Villa Tabanan, tortured, including severed limbs, broken bones. He had the ransom video. The girlfriend, Mishalov, a Ukrainian social media influencer, reports suggest, let's see, she was not kidnapped or harmed. Okay. He was taken alone. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, no, she's the only one. Hmm. Clean up, clean up. Okay, that's the title. Lebanon update. Explosion. Damn. All right, this is what I'm thinking. I think it's time to start a new stream. And I wanna fix my setup a little bit because I found out a way. I actually bought a tablet recently, and there's a software that connects it directly and syncs it instantly. But the tablet's kind of low. I want to put it up a little bit, and so that way I can have everything kind of. So I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back soon. I don't know if I should just make the live and schedule it ahead of time so you guys know, or just go. Maybe I'll schedule a live. Let me just see the latest updates. I'll schedule something. We'll come back. I think sometimes like start fresh new live stream. I can take care of what I need to real quick, and then I'll be focused with the updates. This is a time in a long time. Or I could just leave the stream running and do what I gotta do, and then whatever, start the stream. I could do that too. I think the most interesting thing, I'm checking updates. Let me ask. I do need that, yeah. Let's see what you guys say. World War III. Yeah, I could leave the live. I could leave it running and just do what I gotta do. Leave the, the background. But they want to do another thing to the modem. We got some new stuff to try with it too. Wanted to connect something on that. 20. And
Sakur.
That. Yeah, that's crazy. The UN says 100,000 people fled Tehran. That's wild. Yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna go with the title. It's kind of interesting. Okay. Just kind of wonky. What? Weird. Oh. Try that. Hopefully that works better. Yeah. That should be better. Okay. Hello?
الرياضية. أنتوا جاية من المطار باتجاه بيروت.
تعمل على مسافات 9 دقائق. سمعنا صوت غارة هنا في الحدود الناحية الجنوبية لمدينة بيروت. علما أن هذه الغارة لم تكن من الغارات القوية، كما أننا لم نرى أي دخان يقصها في المنطقة الناحية الجنوبية لمدينة بيروت. وقع الحال أنه حسب المعلومات الأولية، طبعا نحن هنا موجودين على مشارف الناحية الجنوبية من ناحية منطقة عدن، ولكن المعلومات الأولية تنزل عن عملية استهداف سيارة على منطقة سبقت عن قليل كي نتبين أين مكان هذه الغارة أو هذا الصوت. المعلومات الأولية دارت فينا سيارة تحديدا فيما يعرف بإطلاق الأسد، والذي تم يعني تحذير اسمه إلى إخراج سياسة تحذير أو شيء طبعا
يلا هنيك يلا
وين يا ابو شهاب؟
وين عشان طبعا تحني وانقلعي. سمع الصوت. وين الضوء الابيض الكبير قوي الضوء القوي بالنص عليه زيت البار. تعال يمينه تعال شوي يمينه. هلا بتشوف التخطيط. تسمع الصوت. قاعد هنيك. يا حريق طلعت التحت.
لا قالوا في غيرها ثانية بالله، احنا سمعنا صوت
طلعت التحت.
Bull jacks. What? Leaving it running? I'm running it. Oh, thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. Oh, I just saw that. Man, it's been kind of pulled down. You wouldn't want to see me. Oh my God, a pull? They would clip it. I'd be ruined. Oh. Hello? Hello? Sorry. What? Oh. Oh.
AI and crypto czar David Sachs. Test for many years.
Somebody energy. Okay.
Benefit. They need some PR help. Lindsay C. and
he's just talking about energy. Talking about energy. Stands. computer's even acting weird. No? I frozen? Oh shit, I think I'm frozen. Oh no. Oh, I was on the other wrong screen, I think. Oh, what the hell? It's so weird. Oh, wow, that was trippy. Okay, I'm fine. I thought I was gonna shut down. Oh, I keep getting like stuck down here. It's very weird. Very weird.
It's my 40th birthday today.
Oh, shit.
Party popper emoji.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Wait. My buttons don't work. What the hell? Not working for me. Happy birthday! That's amazing. I hope you have a great day. I hope you're having a great day. My 40th was kind of weird. It wasn't like, it was really... Yo, who's playing Trump? Why are you MCA? Yo, they're playing Trump. They're playing Trump over there. Hold on, they're playing YMCA. Yo, man. Yes. Come on and tell me why. Why? Oh. What was that? Oh my gosh. Mr. Trump. explosions starting to happen in the Middle East, and I can get less scam calls. Oh shit! Happy 40th. You know me. That's you. Happy 40th. Yeah, they're jamming out over there. Who's over there? Activity. CIA. All right, I did one thing. Yeah, man, you hear shooting off in the distance. It's gotta be wild to live like that. It's just like normal for you, kind of, you know, like, I mean, obviously it's not normal, but me check on you guys. So guys, I don't know if you're joining, you just joined, or you're leaving. I'm handling a couple of things. I'm gonna step out in a minute. I'm just leaving the live running, but I will be setting up a new stream soon. All right, so we're just chilling. Mail doesn't help. Oh my God. Interesting. Ready for pickup. Okay. It's party time. So tired of everything being double authenticated and triple. I got a list of things with codes spinning all the time. You got to pick which one it is and put it into login. Boom. Excellent, Mr. Smithers. Got it. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's quiet now, right? There's gunshots, shots in the air, everything. Oh, thank you. Yoli Mom, thank you so much for that kind comment. How you evolve your channel and bring us meaningful content. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
في دخني ورا. Man, they're still shooting, man. Jeez.
مصورها من فوق طالعة معاه هيك لما ندخل.
بس هيدي يا ريس شويفات.
ايه؟
لا هو شويفات مع الروسيين. شوفي.
مستهدفين حدا.
هلا بلشوا يستهدفوا بعض هيدا القطاع. يستهدفوا بعض.
يا رب يخش.
I never even knew about that. Oh, shit. Hello? Hmm? Yeah. Told you.
مدام
هذا البيري يعني لما تكون بهذا الاتجاه يلا بالبيري عند المشرفين
هلا بده يضرب الخبيري مش تاج طريق المطار، انا اعطيك اياه مطرح الخبيري. عندك صوت؟ يلا عندك صوت وصورة؟ اوكي.
مودي شفت هذا التحذير مشرفيه مش هيك برج المحكمة الجعفرية على الجسر.
زكريا
عيطت له 100 مرة خيي.
يلا فيقته.
ابو شاكر
Test 1, 2, 3.
هذا شايفه؟ شفت شيء ابو شاكر؟ شفت الدخنه؟ في دخنه على اليمين بس ما بعرف اذا هي قبل او هلا.
على المبنى المحدد في منطقة الهبيري هو في الخريطة نشر الجيش الإسرائيلي بأن المبنى المحدد يقع في حارة حريك. بالفعل هو عقاريا في حارة حريك، لكن كما يعرف اللبنانيين وكما يعرف أهل الضاحية الجنوبية أهالي الضاحية الجنوبية هناك في هذه الرقعة الجغرافية تسمى منطقة الهبيري أو حتى يقال خط للشكل السواح. إذا غارة تحذيرية بعد أقل من دقائق يعني 10 دقائق فقط أمهل فيها الجيش الإسرائيلي السكان بالمغادرة وشن منذ لحظات غارة تحذيرية على المبنى المستهدف في منطقة الضاحية الجنوبية، وتحديدا نتحدث عن المحيط الهبيري حيث هناك مبنى هدده الجيش الإسرائيلي. نتحدث أيضا في الغاز، يعني من يعرف هذه المنطقة يعرف أيضا الغاز، وفي هذه الأثناء نرى رشقات نارية تطلق في الهواء من داخل الضاحية الجنوبية بالفعل لإبعاد السكان في حال تواجدهم في محيط هذا الموقع المستهدف. كنا قبل التهديد هذا الذي أطلقه مع حلول ساعات منتصف الليل الجيش الإسرائيلي، كنا شهدنا على غارات على أكثر من غارة نتحدث فيها عن منطقة طريق
أبو شاكر
وكانت غارات مباشرة
أبو شاكر
الجيش الإسرائيلي استهدفت قيادات بارزة حسب ما أعلن في وقت سابق، ووسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية تحدثت عن مسؤول في حزب الله استهدف في منطقة طريق المطار، ونحن إذا كنا قد رأينا وشاهدنا عبر قناة الجديد وفي الساعات الماضية مقاطع مصورة تتحدث عن هذه الغارة التي تسببت في أضرار وتسببت في سحب دخانية كنا قد شاهدناها على أوتوستراد زياد الأحداثي وتحديدا خط طريق المطار الدولي طريق مطار بيروت الدولي. وكانت أيضا قبل ساعة من الآن قد سجلنا غارة أخرى استهدفت منطقة شويبات، وهي شقة سكنية استهدفها الجيش الإسرائيلي منذ وقت قليل. أما الآن وبعد هذه الغارات وبعد يعني البداية كانت في هذه الغارات صباحا عند الساعة 6:30 أطلق عدة تحذيرات الجيش الإسرائيلي نفذها في حلول الساعة 10 صباحا. انتهت العمليات أو المهاجمة الجوية لمنطقة الضاحية الجنوبية من قبل المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية. كانت الضاحية الجنوبية على حدود لمدة قرابة 6 ساعات، بعدها عاد الجيش الإسرائيلي إلى العمليات هنا واستهدف أكثر
هلا أنا بطلع أحمد
نقطة في الضاحية الجنوبية. هناك معلومات تتحدث عن بيان بإذن الله صدر منذ بعض الوقت، ولكن بسوء الإنسان هنا وصلنا السيارات تحلق فوق الضاحية الجنوبية وصلني بعد.
أبو شاكر وين اخذ انت؟
دخلي
المجمع الراية
3
وراه على الشمال.
مش بتطلع التحذيرية؟
هذه التحذيرية كتير بعيدة. مش هي، هاي مش هي، هذه شكله شي حريق طالع لوحده.
المجمع هذا مثل هول 3 البيت المضويين
وطلع باتجاه المدينة الرياضية. بين يعني تحت شوي من المدينة الرياضية.
هذا اليوم هو الأكثر في بيانات حزب الله. نتحدث عن 21 بيان صادر عن حزب الله كان تحدث فيها عن استهداف مدارس النفط خلال هذا اليوم. الآن يتحدث عن مجمع الصناعات العسكرية ومجموعة من الاستهدافات قام بها حزب الله. كنا قد شاهدنا واستمعنا مع الزميل محمد حاتم المتواجد في الجنوب إلى تفاصيل هذه العمليات في وقت سابق ليس هذا اليوم. أما بالعودة إلى الصورة في الضاحية الجنوبية لا حدود حذر، حدود وترقب.
بين عندك البناية البيضاء.
هي بناية بيضاء
تحت المدينة الرياضية في وحدة بيضاء
على اليمين.
ايه
على المبنى المهدد في منطقة للغير أو في محيط للغير. كان الجيش الإسرائيلي في الخريطة قال بأن حارة هتاي بالفعل هي عقارية تعود إلى حارة هتاي، لكن النقطة أو الرقعة الجغرافية التي نتحدث عنها هي في منطقة للغير. كل هذه الأحداث التي يعني كنا نشاهدها في الضاحية الجنوبية، وحتى الغارات التي استهدفت طريق المطار، سيارة طريق المطار وشقة سكنية في منطقة شويفات. كل هذه الأحداث كانت بالتزامن مع أصوات أو مع تحليق الطائرات المسيرة فوق الضاحية الجنوبية، وليس طائرة واحدة فقط. لا زلنا نسمع هذا الصوت، صوت المسيرات الإسرائيلية بعد هذا التهديد في منطقة الخير في الضاحية الجنوبية. وكان من المرجح أيضا أن الغارات التي استهدفت السيارة في طريق المطار أو حتى في منطقة شويفات هي من مسيرات إسرائيلية وليس من طائرات حربية إسرائيلية. والسبب أننا لن نسمع هذه الطائرات الحربية كما كنا في الساعات الماضية، وتحديدا في ضرب الضاحية الجنوبية التي شنها العدو الإسرائيلي صباحا. أود أن أشير أيضا إلى ما نشرته القناة 14 الإسرائيلية في بعض الوقت وتحديدا فيما يتعلق بالغارة التي استهدفت طريق المطار وأسرة زياد الغزالي. كانت تحدثت القناة 14 الإسرائيلية بأن الاستهداف حصل لمسؤول إدارة النيران من قبل الجيش الإسرائيلي. هذه أنباء وهذه معلومات أولية نشرتها صحف أو الإعلام الإسرائيلي منذ بعض الوقت. وكانت قناة 14 المقربة من بنيامين نتنياهو بالفعل هناك في ذات المسؤول الإسرائيلي. عندما نتحدث عن القناة 14 الإسرائيلية هي التابعة لبنيامين نتنياهو والمقربة من بنيامين نتنياهو. كانت أشارت إلى هذا الخبر بأن الاستهداف طال مسؤول إدارة النيران في حزب الله. لكن بطبيعة الحال لا شيء رسمي بعد صدر عن الجيش الإسرائيلي فيما يتعلق بالاسم. هو فقط كانت أشارت إلا وهي متحدثة وناطقة باسم الجيش الإسرائيلي بأنه تم استهداف أكثر من قيادي خلال أقل من ساعة. كنا نتحدث في هذا الإطار عن منطقة طريق المطار وحتى عن منطقة شويفز وكنت في وقت سابق هذا اليوم شهد الساعات الصباح الأولى سلسلة من الغارات استهدفت واستهدفت محيط جمع سيد الشهداء وكنا قد شاهدنا في نشرات الأخبار في قناة الجديد المقاطع المصورة للدمار الذي أحدثته هذه الغارات وتحديدا في محيط جمع سيد الشهداء. هذا ملخص عن هذا اليوم الطويل والبسيط والمتوتر عسكريا او المتوتر من ناحيه الهجمات التي يقوم بها الاسرائيلي ومع ساعات منتصف الليل وفيها وبعدها استمعنا لطلقات او رشقات ناريه ومن ثم منذ دقائق بعد 10 دقائق فقط الذي الان نحن على بعد دقائق من الغارة الإسرائيلية ننتظر ما تكون الساعات المقبلة وسط حالة من الحذر والترقب. هناك بيان جديد بإذن الله أيضا موجة البيانات إذا صح التعبير تصدر عن حزب الله لارا. اسمح لي أن أقرأ هذا البيان. ردا نسمع في هذه الأثناء رشقات نارية تطلق إلى البيان رقم 22 من
حسن حبيبي مظبوط وش عن يعني تقريبا على الجوي
قال عشرات المدن والبلدات اللبنانية بما فيها ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية استهدف مجاهدو المقاومة الإسلامية عند الساعة 11:10 بالليل اليوم الأربعاء قاعدة عين ستين مقر قيادة لوائي شمال مدينة صفد المحتلة في سرب من المسيرات الإدارية. إذا حزب الله يشير في بيان عاجل وجديد بأنه استهدف مقر قيادة لوائي شمال مدينة صفد المحتلة بسرب من المسيرات الإدارية. في وقت لاحق بالفعل أنا سأكون مع الزميل لشرح تفاصيل هذه البيانات وتحديدا هو متواجد على الجبهة الجنوبية ولديه المزيد من التفاصيل. أما نحن هنا في منطقة الضاحية الجنوبية نترقب ما سيحدث بعد هذه الإنذارات أو بعد هذا الإنذار الذي أطلقه الجيش الإسرائيلي. في هذا الوقت حالة من التنقل وحالة من الانتظار وربما حالة من الهلع والخوف انتظار الغارة الإسرائيلية بعد التهديد الإسرائيلي الذي نشره. يعني هناك معلومات تتحدث في هذه الأثناء عن طيران حربي يصنع المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية يرى، لكن هناك من يرسل لي من العاصمة بيروت بأن هناك تحقيق للطيران الحربي على مستوى منطقة. كنا قد أشرنا بأن التهديد كان لمبنى في منطقة الغيري وتحديدا هو مبنى معطوف ومعهد بزي. هذه
أبو شاكر
أيضا يعني المزيد
أبو شاكر
معلومات تتحدث عن طيران حربي يصنع الآن في العاصمة بيروت، لكن حتى الساعة هنا في محيط الضاحية الجنوبية لا نسمع هدير الطائرات الحربية. كانت أيضا القناة 12 الإسرائيلية منذ بعض الوقت. نعم نعم. بالفعل قبل دقائق كانت قد شن العدو الإسرائيلي غارة تحذيرية على المبنى المهدد في منطقة بيروت، ونحن الآن في حالة من الترقب بعد هذه الغارة التحذيرية وبعد التأكيد لهذا المبنى في منطقة بيروت الذي نشره العدو الإسرائيلي منذ قرابة نصف ساعة، يعني بحدود الساعة الثانية، يعني بحدود منتصف الليل كان قد نشر هذا التأكيد الجيش الإسرائيلي، ومن بعدها في 10 دقائق يعني شن الغارة التحذيرية، وحتى الساعة
شفت صورتها
ولع ولع أكثر من مرة أن نرى سماع صوت المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية فوق الرؤوس المعبرون منذ بعض الوقت. كنا تحدثنا عن حالات أو سلسلة من الحالات الفضائية الإسرائيلية في صباح هذا اليوم، وحتى يعني في ساعات الصباح كان هناك 5 غارات إسرائيلية استهدفت الضاحية الجنوبية، ثم كان هناك بالفعل يعني هجوم روسي استمر لمتسع من الوقت وساعات من الضاحية الجنوبية. أما الآن وبعد يعني بعد الساعة 6 مساء أو الساعة 8 بالفعل دارا كان قد شن العدو الإسرائيلي غارات استهدفت سيارة في منطقة طريق المطار، ونتحدث عن شباب زيادة رنفيني وشقة سكنية في منطقة بشوي. أما الآن وعند ساعات منتصف الليل هناك تهديد حصل وأنذر به الجيش الإسرائيلي مرة في منطقة بيروت، ومن ثم كما غارة سوريا، والآن نحن في حالة ترقب ما ستكمله الساعات القادمة. بالفعل هذا ما نراه في عدسة جنوب مدينة دخل حمراء الذاكرة إلى الموقع المستهدف في الغارة التحذيرية في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت.
هذا يمكن موتور كهرباء.
هذا ما كان تحدث عنه الإعلام الإسرائيلي منذ اليوم الأول للحرب. هذا ما كان تحدث عنه الإعلام الإسرائيلي منذ اليوم الأول للحرب على لبنان، بمعنى ما أن لا مكان آمن في العاصمة بيروت حتى في كل لبنان من أجل حتى الشمال وحتى العاصمة بيروت. وكان حتى وزير الحرب الإسرائيلي وحتى رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو قد تحدثا عن ضربات مدمرة لحزب الله وضربات أقصى لحزب الله، وتحديدا أيضا هذه الأيام وحتى في الأسابيع، وهذا ما نشهد عليه بالتحديد في هذه الساعات وفي هذه الأيام، في اليوم الثالث في هذا العدوان على الضاحية الجنوبية وعلى جنوب لبنان. وكنا قد تحدثنا أيضا يعني في هناك بيانات للحكومات قد أكدت بأن هناك اشتباكات جنوبية مع العدو الإسرائيلي، وهذا ما كان تحدث عنه بيانات الحكومات وقد تحدث عنه أيضا الزميل محمد فرحات خلال رسائل سابقة من هذا اليوم في جنوب لبنان. أما يعني في سياق ما كنت تذكريها لارا، لا مكان كانت هيئة البلدة الإسرائيلية وعن مصدر أمني في وقت سابق من هذا اليوم أشارت يعني ما جاء في هيئة البلدة الإسرائيلية عن مصدر أمني هو نشر مهاجمة أهداف مدنية في لبنان للضغط على الحكومة بتبع حزب الله، أو يعني احتواء ما يفعله حزب الله طوال الساعات الأخيرة ومنذ اليوم الأول للحرب. هذا ما كانت أشارت له هيئة البلدة الإسرائيلية، وهذا ما يؤكد ما قلت لارا بأن لا مكان آمن منذ اليوم، وحتى منذ اليوم الأول للحرب على لبنان لا مكان آمن. كنا قد شهدنا على أكثر من غارة استهدفت الضاحية الجنوبية وحتى خارج نطاق الضاحية الجنوبية بدون سابق إنذار وبدون أي تهديد. نتحدث في الإخبار عن منطقة السعديات يوم أمس، نتحدث عن منطقة عرمون إضافة إلى منطقة الحسين. كل هذه الغارات التي شهدنا اليوم أمس كانت بدون سابق إنذار. أما حتى اليوم وعلى الطرقات، وهذا التصعيد الخطير كان لليوم الأول بالفعل، يعني للمرة الأولى نشاهد استهدافات على الطرقات في بيروت على أطراف الضاحية الجنوبية. نتحدث عن طريق المطار، هذا الطريق الدولي الذي كان وبحسب مصادر دبلوماسية في 2008 وتحديدا في عنوان أيلول كان له ضمانات هذا الطريق لارا بأن لا يشن هجمات عليه من قبل العدو الإسرائيلي. هذا التصعيد اليوم يطرح علامات استفهام كبيرة ما سيحصل في الأيام المقبلة، وكيف يمكن للحكومة اللبنانية وتحديدا بعد حظر العمل العسكري لحزب الله منذ اليوم الذي خلق يعني منذ اليوم الأول للحرب لارا كان هناك جلسة طارئة لمجلس الوزراء حظر فيها العمل العسكري لحزب الله. نحن أمام تصعيد خطير يعني وحالة من الترقب تسيطر في هذه الأثناء على الضاحية الجنوبية بعد الغارة الإسرائيلية التحذيرية التي استهدفت المبنى المهدد في منطقة لارا. نعم لنا هي ربما غارة تحذيرية ثانية على المبنى المهدد في منطقة الغبيري. نشاهد الآن سحب الدخان من المبنى المهدد في الضاحية.
كيف توينا؟
ليست غارة تحذيرية لارا، هذه سحب الدخان التي ترتفع يعني تعبر عن أن الغارة هي غارة فعلية نفذها الجيش الإسرائيلي في هذه الأثناء، لكن لم نسمع الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي مرة في الضاحية الجنوبية قبل شن هذه الغارة. وكنا في الغارات السابقة التي تشن بعد التهديدات على الضاحية الجنوبية نسمع كثير من المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية. هذه الغارة هي الغارة الفعلية شنها العدو الإسرائيلي على المبنى المهدد في محيط منطقة البيت في الضاحية الجنوبية والتحديد في أبناء الغاز ومبنى لن معروف هو المبنى الذي شن عليها الإسرائيلي أكثر منذ لحظات. إذا غارة إسرائيلية تستهدف الضاحية الجنوبية بعد الإنذارات التي أطلقها الجيش الإسرائيلي. الغارة تتزامن الغارة التي شنها العدو الإسرائيلي لارا تتزامن مع صوت السيارات الإسرائيلية التي تحدث في سماء الضاحية الجنوبية في ساعات الصباح الأولى. وها هي سحب الدخان ترتفع من الموقع وأعلى الدخان ترتفع من الموقع المستهدف في محيط منطقة الغبيري. وإلى جانب سحب الدخان نشاهد الرشقات النارية التي تطلق ونسمعها بوضوح تطلق من داخل الضاحية الجنوبية على هذه الغارة التي نفذها الجيش الإسرائيلي. دقائق هو غار كان أول الإنذارات بعد منتصف الليل وتحديدا على منطقة
أنا بحس إنه ضرب محل تاني ما ضرب عيني.
نعم بالفعل نرى يعني المعلومات الواردة من محيط الضاحية الجنوبية أو بالأحرى من داخل الضاحية الجنوبية تشير بأن هذه الغارة التي شنها العدو الإسرائيلي الإسرائيلي ليست على المبنى المهدد لكن في محيط يعني بالقرب في هذه الرقعة الجغرافية، لكن ليس المبنى المهدد في الضاحية الجنوبية. هذا ما أوصلته بعض المصادر من داخل الضاحية الجنوبية بأن هذه الغارة ليست على المبنى المحدد وهي غارة بدون إنقاذ. هذه هي المعلومات التي عندنا حتى الآن. وهذا ما يصعب المهمة في التأكد من مواقع الغارات جغرافيا بالتحديد وما يصدر يعني بين الحين والآخر، وهذا ما كان تحدث عنه البعض بأن المسيرات الإسرائيلية التي تحلق تتسبب في تشويش بشكل أو بآخر على الإرسال وتحديدا على يعني الإنترنت. يعني حتى الساعة الإنترنت غير موجود لدينا هنا في محيط منطقة الضاحية الجنوبية. لذلك هذا الأمر يصعب مهمة التحديد الجغرافي للموقع المكتسب في منطقة حارة حريق، وتحديدا يعني نتحدث الآن هناك يعني ترجيحات ولكن لا شيء مؤكد بأنه ما استهدفه الجيش الإسرائيلي مثل هذه هي الشقة في الضاحية الجنوبية. هذه معلومات يعني أولية لكن لا يمكنني الحسم حتى الآن، وهذا ما كنت
نعم بالفعل قبل الظاهر حديثة نقل الطيران الإسرائيلي غارة على الضاحية الجنوبية في بيروت، لكن ليس من المؤكد أن تكون هذه الغارة هي المبنى الذي جرى تهجيره خلال الساعة الماضية. الصورة من موقعنا هنا ظهرت أيضا في نظارات ملابس في الضاحية الجنوبية لا توضح بشكل دقيق ما كان المبنى الذي جرى تهجيره وهو مبنى في منطقة حارة الشريف في الفريق. حارة الشريف هو الذي جرى استهدافه وجرى قصف بناية سكنية أو شقة سكنية في منطقة مجاورة لهذه الناحية تحديدا منطقة دير العبد في الضاحية الجنوبية. هناك حديث من شهود عيان أمام عن استهداف شقة سكنية ليست التي جرى التحذير بشأنها خلال الساعة الماضية، لكن هذه الغارة هي السادسة على الضاحية الجنوبية هذا اليوم. كانت هناك 5 غارات على مدار ساعات اليوم استهدفت عدة مناطق في الضاحية الجنوبية، 3 منها على حارة الريك وواحدة على حي الليلكي والأخرى على حي الحدث. وهذه الغارة تضاف إلى منطقة حارة الريك بالإضافة إلى الاستهدافان النوعيان اللذان وقع سيارتان على طريق الأنوار، وهي مناطق تستهدف فيها المرة الأولى المتجه إلى مطار بيروت الدولي هو واحد من الشوارع الحيوية في العاصمة بيروت، وجرى استهداف أعلن وزارة الصحة أنه خلف 3 شهداء و6 جرحى، وهذا يرفع حصيلة الشهداء في الأراضي الإسرائيلية على مدار حتى هذه اللحظة دون حساب بالطبع الغارات المثيرة إلى ما أوقعت خلالها عدد من الضحايا. نسمع أيضا إطلاق أعيرة نارية داخل الضاحية الجنوبية، وهي واحدة من طرق التحذير التي يستخدمها الأهالي داخل الضاحية الجنوبية في طلب مغادرة المناطق التي قد تستهدف فيها الطيران الحربي. ولا زلنا أيضا نسمع تحديدا للطيران المسير على ارتفاعات منخفضة من شيء إلى آخر، لكنه لا يتوقف عن التحديد فوق الضاحية الجنوبية وأيضا فوق العاصمة بيروت. وهذه الغارة هي ليست ايضا الوحيده او الضحيه الجنوبيه هي ليست المنطقه الوحيده التي تستهدف. منطقه جبل لبنان ايضا جرى استهدافها هذا اليوم ايضا ثلاث غارات اضافيه. لذلك يعني ليست القواعد التي سرت خلال حرب العام الماضي تسري في هذه الايام او في هذا التصعيد الاسرائيلي في الاراضي اللبنانيه. كانت العمليات الاسرائيليه خارج خط الضاحيه الجنوبيه كانت قليله جدا، لكن ما يحدث الان نستطيع ان نقول انه عدد مساوي تقريبا للغارات في الضاحيه الجنوبيه والغارات التي تستهدف مناطق شبه سكنيه او سيارات خارج نطاق الضاحيه الجنوبيه. اضافه الى ذلك هنالك استهدافات متواصله على مدار اليوم لاكثر من 40 بلده وقريه في الجنوب اللبناني. هذه القرى والبلدات تستهدف بشكل متواصل سواء عبر الطيران المسير او الطيران الحربي وايضا بالقصف المدفعي والصاروخي. ووصل مدى هذه الغارات الى مدن صيدا وصور. بالاضافه الى ذلك ايضا كانت هناك غارات سجلت اليوم، 3 غارات سجلت في مناطق الدفاع ومعسكر. على الجانب الاخر حزب الله هنالك تصاعد ملحوظ في عدد العمليات التي نفذها حزب الله. اليوم نتحدث عن 22 عمليه فقط خلال هذا اليوم. وصدر بيان ايضا قبل قليل من حزب الله يتحدث عن عمليه اشتباك مباشر مع قوات الاحتلال الاسرائيلي في بلده الخيام، لكنه لم يعني يسمع المزيد من التفاصيل وقال ان بيانا له سوف يتحدث عن تفاصيل المعارك.
عندنا تقاطع بين حالة حليب وخط طريق المطار في الضاحية الجنوبية. هذا
صحيح بالفعل، وهذا ما نقص اليه الان. هو حزب الله يتحدث عن الاشتباك المباشر الثالث خلال هذا اليوم. كان هناك اشتباكات صادره حولهما بيانات خلال ساعات هذا اليوم. الاول الاشتباك الاول كان في جنوب بلده مدينه الخيام، والاشتباك الاخر كان في قريه الظهيره، وهو تحدث حزب الله عن اشتباك مباشر وانسحاب قوات الاحتلال الاسرائيلي اثناء هذه المعارك الى نطاق تغطيتها. وعمليه الاشتباك المباشر ايضا ربما تكون موجوده في عمليتين يعني عمليتين جرت على مدار هذا اليوم. استهداف في دبابه الكابا وايضا استهداف ناقله جند كما يتحدث بالاسلحه المناسبه. لم يتحدث عن طبيعه هذه الاسلحه كما يشير الى الاسلحه في البيانات الاخرى، سواء كان يستخدم الصيادات الصاروخيه او الصواريخ النوعيه او السيارات الفضائيه في جميع العمليات التي نفذها، سواء التي استهدف بها مستوطنات خارج الاراضي اللبنانيه في الاراضي الفلسطينيه المحتله او حتى في المدن ابعد من ذلك ومصانع الاسلحه السعوديه. وصلت العمليات كما تذكر بيانات حزب الله الى مدخل حلب، وبالتالي نتحدث تقريبا عن 5 عمليات نوعيه لحزب الله كان فيها اشتباك مباشر. 3 منها تحدث فيها صراحه عن اشتباك مباشر، واثنتان تحدث فيها عن استهداف ربما لزرع مواد ناسفه او ما الى ذلك حتى يتم استهداف دبابه الكافه وناقله جند. لكن حزب الله يتحدث عن عمليه كبيره جنوب مدينه الخيام سوف يعلن عن تفاصيلها في بيانات لاحقه. حتى اللحظه يعني ساد بعض الحدود بعد الاستهداف في الضاحيه. ربما لازلت ارى من موقعي هنا تصاعدا لاعمده الاستقلال، وايضا لاحظنا ايضا اشتعال النيران في عدد من المواقع التي جرى استهدافها على مدار هذا اليوم. نحن نتحدث عن موضوع كبير هو الثاني في هذه القضية الجنوبية. منذ تكررت بدأ الاستهداف ولكن يعتمد بشكل اكبر على الاستهدافات التي لا يسبقها اي تحديد، وبالتالي غادر عدد كبير من سكان الضاحيه الامريكيه، لكن هنالك رصد واضح لعدد من الاهالي الذين لا يستطيعوا جمع كل متعلقات الضاحيه يعودون اليها بين الحين والاخر. ربما ليس هو شكل اطلاق اهداف الضاحيه التي كان خلال العام الماضي الذي حدث، ولكن هنالك حركه والحركه مطلوبه، هنالك مباني سكنيه ومناطق سكنيه رغم وجود الاضواء والانارات فيها بشكل واضح ليلا، وهذا يشير الى السكان ما زالوا متواجدين في هذه المناطق. ربما يعني لم يجد البعض اماكن للنزول مع ارتفاع عدد النازحين. نتحدث عن ما يزيد عن 80,000 نازح سواء من الضاحيه الجنوبيه او من القرى والمدينات في جنوب لبنان، واكثر من 4 مركز للجوار طبعا يتكدس كبيرا وتطبيق يعني لا تستطيع استقبال هذه الاعداد الكبيره.
يعني استهدفت المبنى الذي هو خلف الترمينو، خلف محلات الترمينو في حارة في الضاحية الجنوبية للبلد. وحتى الساعة نحن على ترقب ما يعني يحصل في خارج الأوقات والحديثة بشأن الغرق أو بشأن الانهيار الذي أصدره الجيش الإسرائيلي للأبناء في منطقة لا أدري إذا كان باستطاعتنا مشاهدة الصورة الآن من داخل الضاحية الجنوبية للشرطة المشاهدة في منطقة حارة البيت، وتحديدا هنا نتحدث عن المباني التي تقع على خلف محلات الترميم في حارة الحريم. قلت هنا محلات الترميم تقع على متى حارة الحريم عند طريق المطار. دخلنا هذا طريق محلات الترميم ونصل إلى الموقع والنطاق الجغرافي المستهدف أو المبنى أو الشقة السكنية هي الشقة السكنية التي يستهدفها الجيش الإسرائيلي في منطقة ذاتها وتفاجئ دار إلى ساعات ما بعد منتصف الليل. أريد التصوير أكثر فأكثر للمشاهدين. بالفعل هذا ما كنت أردت أن أصوب له، لأن بعد لحظات قليلة سنرى على الهواء مباشرة على هواء الجديد صورة أوضح للمبنى والشقة السكنية المستهدفة في الضاحية الجنوبية. ونحن نتحدث هنا عن حارة حيث وتحديدا يمكن لأن الغارة استهدفت شقة بالفعل نرى الجيش الإسرائيلي يعتمد عنصر المفاجأة وهو بانت الصحفيين والسكان وبانت جميع في هذه الغارة في وقت كنا ننتظر شن الغارة على المبنى المحدد في منطقة الغيري. شن العدو الإسرائيلي غارة بشكل مفاجئ وبشكل مبادر على مبنى آخر نتحدث هنا عن مبنى مقابل مطعم الذي في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت ومنذ سابق إطلاق. هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية وتحديدا بعد تهديد العدو الإسرائيلي في الضاحية الجنوبية ومبنى هنا في منطقة بيروت. إذا هناك حالة من الترقب وهناك حالة من التأهب وأيضا ربما حالة من الهلع تصبح هذه الغارة بالنسبة للسكان سكان العاصمة بيروت وحتى سكان الضاحية الجنوبية وتحديدا بعد المعلومات التي تحدثت عن نزول الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي الأجواء اللبنانية وتحديدا من جهة الجنوب. دارت في هذه الأثناء تحدث فوق الضاحية الجنوبية طائرة مدنية من المتوقع بعد دقائق قليلة أن تصل إلى مطار رفيق الحريري الدولي. لا أدري إذا كانت في قطاعاتنا طائرة مدنية فوق الضاحية الجنوبية هذه الأثناء. بالفعل هذا ما يعني أن حركة المطار بشكل أو بآخر لا زالت مستمرة وهذا ما كنا نشاهده ونرصده في الأيام الماضية. حركة الطيران نشاطات نارية تطلق بجهة الضاحية الجنوبية وبعدسة التأكيد سفينة الأرض أيضا تظهر هذه الطائرة المدنية قبل الوصول إلى مدرج مطار رفيق الحريري الدولي هنا في بيروت. إذن وبعد ساعات منتصف الليل.
Bomba, bomba. Yo, you guys ready? Let me get the super chats real quick. We're gonna start a new live. I think I'm reset. I think I'm good. Stooge, thank you so much for the super chats. I'm trying to figure out this tab and shit. I want it to be lower. Pray, then I prayed again. Higher? Okay. Like just okay. Alibaba. Stooge, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Stooge. And then send you 2 things for your DMs. I will check that. We're gonna start a new stream. What is that, yo? Is it like biological war? No, audio warfare? Gunfire going on. Yeah, I need to restart the computer, guys, because my computer was to me was like a little throughout the day a little weird, and so I just want to give it a a fresh restart, and then we'll start the other live. Okay, so I'm going to transfer you guys. If it does, that's so weird. If it doesn't transfer, we put the link for you. Here's the link. There's one thing I don't like about this already. This shit here, it's gonna irk me. Okay. Rumble, I'm gonna start a new stream too, okay? Boom, boom. I'm gonna start a new stream. I'm gonna move you guys over. The restart is pretty quick, so I'll be right back, okay? We'll transfer you guys over. Bloop, bloop. Bloop. Oh. Audio warfare.